Let's see. So we've got Cindy, Michael. No, just the two of you so far, it looks like.
Okay, I saw Dan responded earlier, so if he
Yeah.
shows,
And Todd said that he was going to be here as well.
okay. And I will read the governor's notes on our virtual meeting here. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, GLC 30A 18, and the governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Design Review Board will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Westborough's website at town.westborough.mass.us. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. Members of the public wishing to participate from their remote location are encouraged to email their questions to planning@town.westborough.ma.us. Emails need to include your full name and address in the subject line in order to be read as part of the record. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. This meeting can be viewed on Verizon Channel 28 and Charter Channel 192, or live streamed online at westboroughtv.org. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the Town of Westborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Excellent. All right. So first up, 65 East Main Street. That's Middlesex Bank.
We have Molly Gates here, who's going to be presenting the documents that they're resubmitting. And if everyone could, since we have several people on the call, when you are not speaking, if you could mute so we don't pick up background, that would be appreciated. So Molly, I'm going to stop sharing and you can go ahead and share what you have for today.
Great. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Great. So just as a quick refresh, this is actually the package we went through the last time that shows some existing conditions here. And I think if it's easiest and works for you all, maybe the answer is to just kind of click through the pieces that are different from the last time around when we looked at this. So
Molly,
I'll start.
excuse me. Could you just, for the record, because this is being recorded and anybody watching remotely wants to know who you are, who you represent, if you could just introduce yourself.
Oh, sure. No problem. Sorry about that. My name is Molly Gates. I'm the project executive working with Middlesex Savings Bank on a bunch of updates. And this is, I'm with Jay Callan and Associates, and this is for 65 East Main Street, renovation of the existing two-tenant building into the single-tenant Middlesex Savings Bank branch location. And then on the call also, just for everybody's knowledge, I know we have Carolyn Burke from Waterman Design. We have Brittany Collins from VVA Project Managers, and then also Mark Mitchell with Middlesex Savings Bank. So same cast of characters as the last time, but just to sort of reintroduce the group that's going to talk today about how we've updated the submission.
Thank you, Molly.
And Molly, we also, I believe we have Scott Spalding from Viewpoint, which is our signage vendor.
Oh, great. Excellent. So on this screen here, I believe the only updates architecturally, other than some questions about confirming light fixture types, would be the design of the windows. We originally, at last meeting, had just the vertical mullion in the windows. And we, in an attempt to do a more residential look to all of the replacement windows on the first floor, we've added a horizontal mullion. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to whether that's more in line with what you guys are looking to see.
I guess that's certainly in the right direction. And I think we're also looking at perhaps if you could do something in the dormers above. Was
Up
another,
top here?
yeah.
Okay. And when you say right direction, do you want to, so these are black in color, they're proposed to be. Do you want to see more detail than that in the window itself, or is that sufficient with surrounding areas?
I guess, you know, in lieu of, you know, neighbors, you know, the surrounding buildings, that's probably adequate. You know, I've seen it divided into more light, certainly, but I think that, you know, in my opinion, I think that works. Anybody else on the board have a opinion on windows and mullions and?
I think that looks adequate. It is kind of a compromise between more residential and not.
Clarification, Michael, you mean, when you say divided lights for the dormer windows, you mean similar to the windows on the first floor with the transom style division, or do you mean a true divided light, dividing it into 4 panes?
Well, so in their previous submittal, you know, like the bank of 3 windows, there were, you know, just 3, they're there. Thank you, Molly.
Sure.
So they have added, you know, again, where it used to be 2, now it's 3 with, again, we'll call it a transom window for lack of better word. So I think it's certainly a step. I'm happy with that. Could you do the same, Molly, in the upper windows? Could you add a muntin or mullion somewhere, or?
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's easy enough, so that they're more in line with similar look between first floor and the dormers up top.
Exactly. Yes. Awesome.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's architecturally the update. We've also added some detail here in the submission. There were some questions about what we were doing for light fixtures. I think it might be actually easiest to see with the existing photos, but some light fixtures in these areas. Underneath, we've got can lights, which were reviewed last time, and then some light fixtures sort of along the front face of the building where the new sidewalk is going. And those will be these surface mount updated white fixtures here. And then Carolyn, I don't know if you want to jump in and talk through the changes on the site plan. We've got some landscape changes, and then we'll follow up with signage changes afterwards.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm Carolyn Burke with WDA. I'm the landscape architect on this project. So the changes that we made were we removed the tree from the entry walk.
That's right here.
Yes, that's right there. And then we are showing a sign at the drive-through with planting, low shrub planting, a little bit up from there. Right where your hand is, where the cursor is. Yes, that's correct.
Right here.
Showing a sign, and then similar low shrub planting. And then we've changed the light bollard to match the pole light.
Yeah, so last time this was a more sort of sleek, plain design, and now you're saying it's more in line with the proposed pole lights.
Yes, it's the same manufacturer, same family.
Comments there from anyone? Is that more in line on the bollards with what we're looking to see?
I like that design. Yes. Hazel, was it Hazel or Cindy who commented last time?
Yeah, I think it was Heather. Oh,
Yeah, it
sorry.
was Heather, I think, and then the other, I had comments about the sign. Kristen, yeah, can you pull that over there? Where is the sign? Can you go back?
Yeah,
to the landscape plan and show me exactly where that the front sign is?
So the entry sign remains in the same place.
which
Here.
is where?
where the hand cursor is.
Yeah. Because I did have a discussion with you about the fact, could you possibly move the sign down further on the lawn?
Even further in this direction?
Yep, I remember raising that.
Yeah, I think the question was whether the tree that was proposed for this area was going to be a visual obstruction to the sign. And I think the answer looks like we took out the tree here in lieu of moving the sign itself.
I realized that, but I was
Okay, gotcha.
still had a question about whether you could move the sign. Do we want to discuss the sign now or let her finish? What do you want to do, Michael?
Why don't we let Carolyn finish on the landscaping, and then we'll talk about position of sign.
Okay, so I have finished. That sums up the changes we made.
Okay, good. So as far as sign location, I guess I like it where it is. You know, when I'm driving along, I always look for that pylon. I think if it moves further down, Hazel, I would be worried that I might drive on Robinson Place trying to get to the bank.
Okay,
That's my,
that's fine.
you know. Okay. And so Carolyn or Molly, someone's speaking to the smaller sign placement, if you can just point those out now.
Yeah, Carolyn, I think we added them to the plan, right? The locations of the
Yes,
directional signs. Am I
yes.
on the right sheet?
Okay, if you go back,
There we
There.
go.
so we have the sign at the drive-through.
So there's the sign for the drive-through here, and then I believe we actually also have a sign for just saying exit right on the corner of this island as well.
I can add that.
So that's location, and then in terms of what those look like.
Was there a third sign, Molly?
Yeah, so there's the directional signs pointing toward the bank drive-through itself, and then the exit sign coming out. So
Okay.
4 in total.
4 in total.
So directional here with the drive-up banking and ATM, the do not enter obviously, and then the exit on the
Mhm.
other end. And these originally were shown with blue posts. We've changed these to black posts instead.
Mhm.
Questions on these ones or any location of where these are going?
Can you go back to the that Carolyn's site plan where these are located, just so the board's good with location? Yeah, I think that's it, right?
Okay, so this plan is showing the 2 signs. It is showing the one at the street, at the entry walk, and then the drive-through sign. It is not showing an exit sign, which I can add.
I'm sorry, the signs to the drive-through are at the front driveway. Where are those at? I don't see them here.
The drive-through sign is located in the landscape median at the drive-through.
Okay.
That's this one, Carolyn, yes?
Yes, that one.
You don't have one down here? Wait a minute, there's some sign entrance there, isn't it? I mean, in other words, as you drive in, you're driving in like this, and then you're coming in here. There's an entrance sign or something right here, isn't there?
There's 4 signs, right, that you showed
Right.
us, or were there 2 or 3? 3 or 4?
I'm showing 3.
Okay.
They can't see your cursor, Hazel. You have to
Right.
explain to me.
Okay, can you show on your landscape plan exactly where those 3 signs are going?
Okay, so we're going to show the drive-through sign And then we're going to add the exit sign at the drive-through. And then we
Yeah.
have,
Yeah, show me on your plan where you're placing those signs.
Yeah. Carolyn, I'm driving over here, so tell me tell me where to put the cursor to
okay,
show
so,
location.
all right, back up. Where the cursor hand is at the street, we have stop sign, 2 stop signs, and a do not enter sign. Okay, where you exit onto Main Street. And then if you move the cursor up, we've got the bank sign, the entry sign, correct?
The pylon sign.
Correct. And then when you move the cursor to the right, we have the drive-through sign. And then we have the reserved parking and van accessible sign at the ADA parking spot.
Mhm.
And then the remaining signs for exit would be added at the drive-through exit.
So you don't have an entrance sign, is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
into the-
saying, yes. Okay, we can add an entrance sign.
I mean, I would think you need something, Michael, don't you, as an entrance sign there?
Yeah, I thought there was a directional sign at
I
the
thought so too,
lowest island or median.
right-hand corner.
Yeah, I believe there's one on this island as well that's got a directional sign pointing you into the drive-through here.
Yeah, that's what I remember. But if you go to your signage elevations,
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah. yeah, the drive up, those are, is that the sign right at the drive-through? No, that's on the median.
But you need an entrance sign. I mean, in other words, you have no sign. You may have, where you enter into where the parking is for the bank, you're going to be entering into the left. There's no sign there that tells you essentially that's where you go in for the bank. I mean, I think that it's a little confusing in the fact that you may have an ATM sign there, but you don't have a sign, you know, for the entrance to the bank, because that's the only entrance there.
So,
Yeah, I understood.
Yeah, this is Mark Mitchell with the bank. The intent on it was that if you can see in this picture here that they have the signage, there is 2 existing signs right now. One is at that driveway that you're speaking of to, the driveway into the bank. So we would put one of the drive up ATM at that spot. And the other one was out at the street level. That one there, yes, is at the street, pointing it into the main driveway to the plaza.
Gotcha. So Mark, it looks like we need to tweak our plan location. So there'll be one, sorry, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. So one at the street, is it here or down here?
Yeah, it's right where you are now, right about there. And that points into the driveway.
Okay,
The main
so that drives you in here. And then there's another one here that points you up there. Yeah. Okay. So this needs to be removed in favor of one here with a directional sign in and one here with a directional sign into the plaza.
okay, so the issue we have with that entrance sign is that we have a one-way exit into the plaza. So the entrance sign would then go off of the property line, outside of the property, further south in that median. Correct.
No, all you need is a sign up by the driveway where you turn in. I mean, in other words,
On the
Well-
right side?
No.
you've got one entrance going into the parking lot on your left. As you come into the parking plaza, you take a left right into the bank.
Yes.
Yeah, so there was no sign there that told you kind of that's where the bank is, and where were you planning to put a sign? Shouldn't it be on the median there?
In this corner?
And that's where we're planning to put it.
Okay, that's not your property though.
Well, there is one there currently, and we are going to ask for permission from the property owner there. If not, we will put it right in the corner, which is right there, right smack in the corner, which is
Okay.
pretty
That's all I'm saying is that there was
visible.
no way.
But
for
yeah,
them to
that
know.
was the intent to have one there.
Okay.
So are we good on locations? Essentially, it's putting them in place of these two signs that currently point you to the drive-through for the existing business.
And is that what the verbiage will say? Are you going to change the verbiage, Molly, or will it just say drive up banking and ATM? Or
That's the intent.
all right. Is everybody happy with the black pole and the blue sign and the white lettering and type? And any comments?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then continuing through the signage package here, we've now got two drawings showing the ATM area. So I guess I'll start with the last one first. This is the ATM itself. There were some questions on total number of signs last time. We've now removed the sign, the second sign at the front face of the building, so that we're complying with the request for only two Middlesex Savings Bank signs, one being the one on the ATM surround itself. So that's shown here. And then we've got the nighttime simulation view showing the lighting at the ATM with some more detail compared to the last round. So we've got three puck lights that are going to be installed horizontally above the ATM here. So this would be the nighttime light simulation. And then, oops. And then for along the drive-through lane itself, we see the ATM here. We have added an awning to protect from weather. This is the preferred option. We put two options out there, but this is the one we're hoping to go with. This would cover the pneumatic tube system here and also the ATM. And then side view here, no lettering on the awning itself other than the clearance underneath.
And the awning will be a blue color you would prefer?
Yep. The Sunbrella marine blue color. And then that would be option 2 to extend the awning the length of the building. But I believe this is the preferred option, just to serve the purpose of covering the two drive-up spots.
Molly, just a question. Oh, well, maybe I'm going to see it on this plan. Is the blue color spec'd on the plan?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
It's specified here as the Sunbrella marine blue fabric.
Great. Yeah, I couldn't read that. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Just a reaction. I like the preferred awning. I don't think there's a need to extend it the whole width. Just cover where the business is happening. My opinion.
Oh, this is where the drive-through is existing right now for that building, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you know that awning is, you have to be around the corner to see it anyway, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the cut through of
Yeah.
what it's going to look like on the edge of the building, a 4-foot protrusion.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And I think that in terms of other changes, we'll update the plan to show the locations of those directional signs in the islands to reflect replacing the existing in the 2 spots we talked about, and then add the exit sign onto the plan. But other than that, any other comments, anything we missed on the list of changes that isn't reflected here.
Are you going to show us the pylon sign, Molly?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
So this is the pylon sign at the street, same one we looked at last time. There was some question about the detail of the light fixture type that's illuminating the top of the sign. So we've added a closer up detail there, but the intent at the top for lighting is 4 heads on a horizontal standoff. And just for reference, that's the existing.
Molly, oh, go ahead, Hazel. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I have to say, my concern is we're beginning to look like Route 9. We got these 12-foot high signs next to the street there. I'm really not happy about this. I'd like to see, I know the way our sign part of the zoning code reads now, people can have up to 12 feet high signs. I would like to request if there's any thought of making the signs shorter. You go out there and you see all these 12-foot signs. As I said, it's beginning to look like Route 9. And I just would like to make the board aware of that. I think we have to think about this and see whether there's a possibility of the sign could be 8 feet high. Wouldn't that be sufficient?
Hazel, point of information, it's food for thought.
Yeah.
The pylon sign, whether it's vertical like this, or it's a ground sign, similar to what you have at 85 East Main Street, Dunkin' Donuts down at the bridge, is based on square footage. So they could actually have a ground sign that was, say, set on a 3-foot pedestal, that the sign itself would have a larger area, a larger surface area, but it would be lower to the ground. So if the applicant was interested in having a lower sign, they could actually have more surface area to that sign, similar to what Dunkin' Donuts has down by the bridge. The sign is probably no more than 6 feet tall, but it has a larger surface area because it's lower to the ground and the pedestal doesn't count. Well, it counts, but there's less surface area taken up by the pedestal. So that's a possibility. And this is sort of a corner parcel in that it's at the entrance to a large development, a large shopping development, Downtown Crossing. And it has great visibility on the corner. If you put the sign perpendicular to the property corner, or I should say diagonal to the property corner, so that it's at a 45-degree angle to the street, you could probably have better visibility. That's just a thought for the applicant.
I would be concerned about a lower sign, again, particularly if it's larger. Blocking view is, motorists trying to pull in and pull out.
That's true.
So this sign is it roughly the same size as the old sign, height-wise?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the old sign is farther back on the property, more centered to the building, right? Where this would be more towards the corner of the entrance.
It's proposed in the same location.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same location. The square footage is a lot less. I think the existing was close to, if I'm remembering off the top of my head, 75, 80 square feet, somewhere in that range. Maybe more than that, maybe 100 square feet. I think it's, yeah, I think 80 square, but it was 8 by 10 or 8 by 11, where the proposed is under, it's 48 square feet, a little over 48 square feet.
Okay. So same spot, smaller sign, smaller sign.
So
Same.
if you go with more of what I call a monument sign lower to the ground, and then you get bigger, that's great, but we might run into setback issues between, they have to look at the plot plan or measure between the road and the building, and it might start to get very crowded. That would be my concern.
Wait, I understand what you mean. How could it get more crowded?
Well, because we don't, if you zoom in there where it's going, if someone could do that, okay. You see, you've only got that little island. Look at the footprint of the sign now. If we go bigger, what do they allow for a monument? You said it gets bigger. Do you know what the square footage is if you get lower to the ground?
So the square footage is 50 feet.
Okay. I mean, you could get away with it, but
So a question about that, Scott. How about if you move the sign 45 degrees to the property line, the corner, I think you could avoid the line of sight issue because 45 degrees would not create a perpendicular block to the line of sight. If I'm pulling out of this entrance drive right below it, if I'm going to make a right-hand turn out of that exit, you wouldn't be blocking visibility. Yeah, like that. Thank you very much for putting that where the red line is.
what about traffic coming the other way? They wouldn't be able to see the sign.
That's the rub. That's definitely the rub. I was thinking that as well. So this is a two-sided sign currently, correct?
Correct. I mean, the only way something like that would work is to do what we call a V-shaped sign. So you have it like this, but I don't think you want that. I mean, it's up to, personally, I feel the sign the way it is the best, most impactful for the bank. Yeah, there you go. That's what you're looking at. Now, you could certainly do a monument sign that way, but I think you're creating more of a blocking as far as line of sight view hazard at that point.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree as well.
I mean, it would be nice,
Well, wait a minute. You can't
really,
enter
really
there.
nice, but we really don't have.
There actually.
We really don't have that because we're trying to remember
Really
the area. I apologize, but you only have that little island, so you only have to the street to back of the building. You don't have a ton of land to work with there.
You know what? I'm thinking about this. You're driving towards this bank. Quite frankly, by the time you get to the sign, and maybe before you see the sign, you've already missed the turn-in.
Well, you can't turn left in there anyway, Hazel. That's a do not enter.
That's what I mean. But what I'm saying is the entrance is so far, so distant from the sign. In other words, you're driving down the street, okay? You're gonna be you're gonna be past the entrance into that shopping center where the bank is before you see the sign.
Duly noted. I agree with you. Two things. One is that's why they created the secondary entrance sign, if you will. Personally, just from a signage wayfinding point of view, it would be better to have that secondary entrance. I'm going to call it more of a secondary entrance sign. It would be good to have their logo on there minimalistically, pointing it as an entrance. The other thing is, I don't know if we have the footprint there, but if you're leaning towards moving the sign there towards that entrance, it makes sense, but it's so disconnected from the bank itself because there's no street side signage on this building.
Well, what's that piece?
On the building itself, there's no opportunity to put a sign on the building itself.
No, but just to the left, I'd have to go look at this. Just as to the left as you turn into that shopping center.
Correct.
Okay. What is the property? look like there? Move your
Well,
hand
that,
up.
or if someone could bring up the directional signage drawings.
I'm just thinking that that sign all the way down there is going to be very confusing to people coming from the,
So where that sign is in the upper right, Hazel, is where that's that location you're talking about.
would
And if
you not
look
be
at
better,
that, you can see the existing freestanding sign.
would you be better putting the sign there?
Well, I can put it wherever anybody wants me to put
I
it.
know,
Is-
but
is
I'm
that-
thinking, you see, it doesn't make sense to me that you're gonna see this drive-up banking at ATM, but you're gonna say, well, what bank? What are we talking about?
Well,
And
at
you're-
that point, I understand what you're saying. At that point, when you pull in, you are going to see the front of the building with their main ID sign on the building. To me, in my mind, it's pretty obvious at that point where the bank is and where the drive-through is. As far as moving the sign up there, that would require the landlord's permission to do that. And Mark could speak better to that.
There's also the, sorry to interrupt, the sign at the shopping center. So moving it would make it would put it closer to that sign.
That's the second thing I was going to bring up. So now that's when you start to engage, if you want to talk about Route 9, what I call sign pollution.
Yeah,
Got all these signs, kind of. Personally, I feel aesthetically from a town's point of view, as far as, keeping sign pollution down, it's better served where it is. I get your point, though, that it's not right at the entrance. And we go through this a lot where we just don't have the opportunity to put signs exactly where you'd like them to go at the entrance. But it would then be on top of the other sign, and we don't have a view of that.
yeah.
But I think if you saw that in Photoshop, if I put the sign there coming the other way up against the other bigger one, I don't know that it would be, you'd be as big a fan of it at that point, but we can certainly show it,
Oh, I don't know. I'm just thinking as a consumer that trying to find this bank, and that I just think there's somewhat a confusion. My other question is, what is the distance between the sign for the shopping center, which is already up there, and this sign?
They're proposed to go in the same location.
Well, right, but okay, so it's gonna look just the way it looks now. As I said, I'm not in favor of that, but that's okay.
I think we could find a similar situation like at other places down the road there, Hazel, even like a video bank. They have one pylon sign, and certainly one direction or the other, the sign is either before or after the entrance.
Yeah.
But I kind of agree with Scott. I think it fits better and seems, I think it's better to push it away from the shopping center sign.
Yeah, no, that's fine on that. Excuse me, I am just making the same comment I made when we went through Cumberland Farms.
Mhm. Yeah.
These 12-foot signs bother me.
So there's a sign, there's a sign on the building itself, right? Where, where it says Gourmet Donuts now there is a label, there's a sign on the building, right?
It's 2 signs.
Yeah. So, I mean, you see that Gourmet Donut sign.
Correct. As soon as you pull in.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have the additional directional signs as soon as you pull in.
Yeah. So basically the sign out front is in the same location, and it's smaller than the existing sign. And we're all very used to that existing sign being there. This one is just going to be, did you say 30 square feet smaller?
It's it's about 30 square. Yeah, rough numbers. I believe the existing is 9 by 10 or 10 by 10. It's big. Almost, it's, between 80 and 100 square feet.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. I don't have the survey in front of me, I apologize, but it's certainly not as ugly.
Mhm.
And as a point of information, that's an older sign before the sign
Correct.
bylaws changed back in the 90s. So this sign today would not be permitted because it's too much surface area. It's too much
Correct.
square footage. Another point in defense of their signage plan is that you're going to see far less signage on this site than you did prior, because the prior use in that building was two different uses. And as you know, each use is allowed their own sign. So they had multiple facade signs. They also had a menu board, which you can see on this diagram is totally being removed. The only replacement there is a small directional sign to lead you to the drive up. So this sign program is much less cluttered, much cleaner, and I think for the site purposes and for the visual appeal, I think a better program.
Hazel, do you have further comment on the sign? Are you?
No,
Okay. Are you sold that the current proposed sign is probably best, or do you still have?
no,
questions?
I'll live with it as it is. I just would like the board to think about, I dislike intensely the height of these signs, but that's my opinion, and I, no, I think
Either you-
where it goes and
I was
everything.
on that, but I think this is a better, a much better sign than what's there now. It's an
Yes,
improvement.
no, that I agree with. That's, as I said, that's fine, but it's just a general objection I have to signs along this area.
Mhm.
But yes, this will look better than it did.
Cindy, are you good?
I'm good with it, thanks.
Oh, you can see the other sign in that particular view behind it.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be very close. They would start to block each other out.
And have you shown us the building sign yet? Revised?
Yeah, we did in the last submission. Let me bring it back around. So in the last submission, we were still showing 2 right here. We're down to 1 now, so this one goes away. And it's just this one that replaces the gourmet donut sign.
Yeah. Do you have a drawing with just the one sign, Molly?
We do somewhere in here. It may not be in this package, but yes, we have updated that. I'll make sure that gets back over to Kristen. There it is, sorry.
Okay. Okay, and again, the lighting of that sign, I just want to make sure we're all clear. So it's a push to letter, but the face is opaque and the edge is lit. Is that
Correct. So it's pretty much the same effect as a halo lit sign.
Mhm.
Couple issues we have in this location because the space is so tight there. Usually on a halo lit letter, when you want to get it off the building, usually they're pinned off the building.
Mhm.
You need some height top and bottom, otherwise that light starts to wash up and down. So what this lighting type is to much more, it's basically the back edge lights.
Okay.
It's much more contained. It's neater. When you get into smaller signage, it's more legible. And it just looks nicer at that point rather than your typical halo lit letters. Like CVS has nice big letters and they got a nice big, facade there for theirs to work. We don't really have that luxury, and we absolutely had to put it on a background. It's pretty minimalistic for a main ID sign.
Mhm.
But that you are correct. That is the shop detail shows in the right-hand corner how that is made. So it's traditional halo lit letter where light would come out the back, but what we do is insert acrylic with LED and just the edge of the acrylic lights on the back of the letter.
But again, Scott, if I had that letter in my hand and I'm looking directly at the edge, so is the whole edge lit plexi or
Correct, about a quarter inch of it.
quarter? But what's the total thickness of the letter? Inch and a half? Is that
There, it's 3 inches.
3 inches? But the back quarter inch you said is illuminated.
Correct.
Okay. Jim, is this good with our bylaws? Do we have another sign in town like this?
We do. We have several, actually. The one that started this whole thing, and just so that for the applicant's knowledge, we do not allow internally lit signs. So the question of internal becomes an issue. What's an internal lighting? So we have Sashi, the sushi restaurant, that started this, where they had backlit signs with acrylic letters. Technology has advanced since they began that 7 or 8 years ago when they brought their sign to us. We now have gas stations that use the Halo program. As a matter of fact, Shell right on East Main Street uses it. Theirs is a little bit different. Their letters are more opaque and the light actually shines through the letters. This, I think, is more subdued, more sophisticated. It is not an internally lit sign because there's a separation between the face of the letter and the mounting of the light to the rear of the sign. And you can see it in the detail in the circles in the upper right hand of this drawing. You can see the separation. You can see how the face of the sign is, it looks like an inch beyond the face of the letter, and the letter, I'm sorry, the lighting, and the lighting is attached to it looks like to the facade. So there's a separation. It's not a box. Another place where we've seen this is on West Main Street. Sotheby's has a sort of a halo lit sign. It's a different kind of technology. It's both front and rear lit. Totally custom. You can't buy it over the counter. It was custom made by a sign maker. But yes, we do have it. At least 3 places come to mind.
Awesome. Good.
And that L is a physical letter, a physical sample that sits in my office. That's a photo of it.
Great.
That is what it is.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so it's this signage detail on the new
There
elevation.
was no opportunity to externally light these signs either
Okay.
because of the footprint of the facade we had to work with.
Sure. Mhm. Any comment about the building sign from the board?
So is that just on a timer or on like dusk till dawn type thing? It just automatically goes on?
Whatever it would be on a timer, whatever the bylaws are. I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't
There's
remember
no
what
restriction.
it is or
No
max.
restriction on the hours. You can light it all day if you want.
Yeah, I think it looks great. I mean, that's not gonna bounce any light anywhere. It's just enough light just so you could read it. I think it looks nice.
Okay. And is that a
Yeah.
similar lighting on the ATM? I know we were looking at that earlier.
No, the ATM is pushed through acrylic and face lit.
Mhm.
Those letters are so small, I couldn't even do that. So that, I mean, that is a typical backlit where just the letters are lighting up, the background is opaque. There's just not really, I can't do halo lit or backlit or externally lit well with that type of signage, but I just have you consider where it is, and we're just trying to well light it more for safety, visibility, and it's small, and it's facing the parking lot. It's not facing the street.
Yeah, point of information. Technically, if you can't see it from the public way, we don't regulate it. So I would agree with what Scott says. For visibility to the customer there in the evening and for safety, it's probably a very good design.
Okay, great. Excellent. And I think the last, actually, Hazel, did you have a question? Did I interrupt you?
I'm sorry. The only thing I wanted to say was I was looking at the plans showing the signs and so forth, is just to make sure when they make their sort of final submission that we show the window changes and everything. So we have one drawing that shows, you know, all the changes we've asked for physically to look at. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
there's-
so I think the last thing we haven't I think we looked at it last week were the signage on the door.
Yeah, as I
That's
said, the
last-
signage I was fine with, but I'm just making that request on the behalf of,
Absolutely.
you know,
Yep, there it is.
you know,
So I wasn't at the last meeting. The ATM is a 24-hour ATM. So did you go over lighting for people to drive in, and is there lights for that ATM?
There is, you're talking about the drive-through ATM?
Yeah, and if you guys already went over it, that's fine. I just wanted.
There's the lighting we show. So you have the lights that light down onto the keypad and the ATM itself. You have the signage, and in the awning itself, I don't know if we have the frame print of the awning, if we can pull that drawing up. The actual construction.
Okay.
So you see those are downlighting, just your typical recessed LED downlighting, again, for safety to keep it well lit.
Okay.
Those are employed elsewhere in the downtown, everywhere from Christina's Cafe to other places that have awnings on West Main Street. So that's not unusual.
So the underneath of this awning, we call it a dye bond ceiling or a Luca bond ceiling, but it actually looks like a finished ceiling under the awning with recessed lights, like you'd see anywhere.
Mhm.
Okay, I think that's actually everything in terms of the list from last meeting to this meeting in terms of changes.
One last, Molly, hate to just go back to that door graphic, just so we get it one last time, and I think that rounds out everything. Is that true? Okay. Okay.
And then that's the close-up of obviously what's written on the door.
Okay, great. All right, what else do we need to look at here? We good with everything on your end, Molly?
We are indeed. We'll get the tweaks made to the final plan showing proper locations on the site plan of where the directional signage goes per these discussions. But I think other than that, that and the addition of another mullion in the dormer windows, I think that's it for changes for final resubmission.
That's what I have. Anybody on the board have any other requests or comments?
my one question on the windows at the top, are those going to look similar to the windows we have? What do we have at Cumberland Farms? Are those, I
Those
mean, they're going to
double
be,
hung, like true residential looking 6-over-6 windows, as I remember, Hazel.
I thought so too, up on the second floor there.
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's correct.
All right, so here we're just going to do just the cross on the second floor. We're just going to do just like they are on the first floor.
Yeah, I think if you look at Cumberland Farms,
Yeah.
their dormer windows are more in tune with their lower windows.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to verify that what they were going to look like.
Okay, so I think we're good. So if you guys want to get your changes together, and we'll do our best to reconvene as quickly. I know you're anxious to get things moving here.
Michael,
Yes, Jim.
Michael, I've sent you through chat a proposed motion for the board because I'm taking notes here. There are two items that you wanted added to the plans. One is the divided light windows.
Mhm.
The second on the dormers on the second floor. The second being an entrance sign at the main plaza driveway, property drive entrance to the bank. So I sent you a proposed motion. I also sent it to Dan and to Kristen. If you're so inclined, I think this motion would allow them to proceed. Take a look at it, Dan, as well. Take a look at this motion. And if it works, fine. If it doesn't, then they'll have to come back with the changes.
So we would approve everything except the directional signs? Is that how we would proceed? Or would we make notes about the proposed changes for both that and the windows, Jim?
So you could do this two ways. You could either just vote it as I proposed. They add the divided light windows. I would hold my approval to the building commissioner until I received those changes.
Mhm.
If I thought those changes weren't in line with what the board wanted, I would ask them to come back to discuss it. But those two items, I think, are well understood by the applicant this morning. And as long as they give me a new directional sign that's identical in size and color to the ones that they've proposed today, and a new rendering showing the divided light windows and the dormers, I think they can proceed. I don't want them to have to come back to another meeting if those are the only two outstanding issues.
I guess that would be fine with me. Is the board comfortable with Jim being our eyes on the revisions to these plans?
That's fine with me.
It's fine with me.
Dan and Michael, have you received my proposed motion?
I do. I have it in front of me, Jim.
And because I can't read the dates and the title block on these plans, you can see I put in dashed lines. We
Sure.
can get them right now from the applicant.
Okay. So I will make the motion. I move that that we approve the design plans for 65 East Main Street entitled Middlesex Savings Bank. And how many sheets do we have here, Molly?
Total sheets in the submission?
Yeah, so I know, do you have for lack of a better term, a clean set here? I know we're looking at some of the past elevations of the building signage. So is there
Yeah, so I need to put together, sorry, in the resubmission, we only resubmitted sheets that were updated or had changes on them. So I'll do one comprehensive package with the original and then add in the appropriate ones that have been approved.
Yeah, so Jim, that being said, Jim, I think we kind of have some floating sheets, if you will. So I hear you. I would like to get this certainly approved and off the docket, but I think if we had one clean set, it would be easier for you down the line as well, and the building inspector.
Agreed.
I can do that, no problem. I can do that in 5 minutes and send it back over. That's an easy exercise.
So Jim, could we table this and then pick it up after the next hearing? Is that possible?
That would be great. And Molly, just to make this really simple, give me one final date on all the plan sheets. So give me one revision date. It could be today, could be tomorrow, whichever day you do it, on all of the sheets so that we can say that they're all dated the same date. Excuse me. And then just send me an email or a memo that lists the sheet numbers. So you might have one that's A200, one that's A300, whatever, or 2.1, 2.2, et cetera, so that we can just call them out in the vote. And that'll be really very simple. And that way,
Okay.
the building commissioner gets the plans. He'll say, oh, okay, the sign plan is 2.1. That's the one that's approved. And so on for the facade and all of the elements. It makes it a lot cleaner. And the other reason that I say that is because when the bank applies for occupancy permit, I have to actually go out and look at what was built in the field to make sure it matches the plans that were approved. And if I have a specific number on the sheet, it makes it really clear for both me and the assistant building commissioner that actually do the walkthrough.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I'll get that done and sent back over to Kristen and you, Jim, via email today.
Perfect.
Now, Molly, just so that I understand, are you working on that right now? And then while we are discussing the next item on our agenda, sometime before our meeting's over, you'll resubmit that so they can vote before they leave today?
I can do that. Yep. If the board's all right with that, I'll do that right now while you guys move on to the next address.
I do. I think, again, you probably have an hour anyway, to put a final set together, with all the sheets that are pertinent to the changes, and then we can make a motion and then approve it.
Perfect.
Okay?
So Molly, you could just email that to me. You don't have to stay in the meeting. I have my email open now that I monitor for questions and things from the public if they have any. So as soon as I receive it, I'll present it to the board when we're finished with our next item. But you don't have to stay in the meeting. And if you could just stop sharing your screen before you leave.
Done.
Excellent. All right, so we will take a break from 65 East Main Street. And does anyone want to take a break, or do we want to move right into 1 Gleason Street?
Can I get a 2-minute break? I'll be right back.
2-minute break. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Farouk, while we're here, is there a particular plan that you want me to pull up first so that we're prepared?
I think let's start with type C, so we can set that aside and then go on to the next one and all that. So, the type C that I sent you this morning.
Let's see. Type C, here it is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the board is gonna do. Are they gonna take one item at a time and vote on it? Is that what they think they'll do?
Probably.
Okay, then I think this is the proper sequence. After this, we need to move on to type A.
Okay.
All right? And
I
then-
have,
Yeah,
let me pull that up too.
I
That
just
one-
had that to you this morning. Yes, last night, sorry.
Yep.
It's right here at the bottom. Yeah. Just above that, right? A little bit above. One more, one more, one
Oh, there
more.
it is.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's,
So we'll start with those.
yes. Because
Okay.
those are the two, you know?
All right, I'm gonna run to the back.
Hey,
You all meeting out?
No, I got a long way to go on this.
You're done, so.
I can only see the top little piece of that building.
Yeah, it's good on my end, if that matters.
Okay.
You see it, Hazel? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's looking so. We could make it a little smaller, maybe, see the whole thing.
All right, everyone's back. Cindy, are you still with us?
I am.
Excellent. All right, good, good. All right, so we have everybody, Hazel, Dan, Cindy, Kristen. How about Jim? Is Jim back?
Jim is here.
Jim is here. All right. So next up is 1 Gleason Street, Village Commons. Farouk, you're on.
Yes. Since our last meeting, you had requested a few changes, few revisions to be made, do a few things here. So I'd like to take one at a time here.
Please.
So the first is type C unit. Everybody had went through the whole thing, but a couple of things were missing on it. The steps to the side, and also, the connection from the side of the porch to the patio. If you go further up, go to the real plan, because this is not what you had the last time. So this plan is all updated to show the window sizes as installed. So this is the plan. So we did go back and change the windows from small to large. If you remember, one of the windows in the bathroom was small, and then we went back and took it out and put a larger one there. So if you look at it from the side, one more up, I think. There it is. If you look at it at the top, at the bottom picture on the left, you see the garage door and the two windows exactly the same size, both on the top and at the bottom. Before, the garage window, the window on the left was bigger, and the one on the right on the first floor was smaller.
Gotcha.
So that has been taken care of as a result of board's recommendation. So.
Okay, so these 4 elevations, sheet A5 and A4.
Right.
So these are, again, I duly noted the changes to those windows. So these are as you're proposing and as they will be or are on all the type C units.
All type C units going forward will be like these.
Okay. Can we go back to A4? Kristen, I think you're driving, right?
A4.
Okay. So this, yeah, so again, so the windows again, so let's talk about that first. The board okay with windows? Any comments? Okay. And so with that change, we have the new access to the patio. And as I look at the A4 drawing, I guess I do see the continuous tread that goes back up to the landing. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you look at, there are 2 steps shown leading to the patio. And if you go back and look at the side view of the plan, it will show it's, you're walking over the patio.
Yeah. So Kristen, can you zoom in on the front elevation at the front door there? Is that possible?
This area up here?
Yeah, right at the front door. I'm just trying to get a side view of the step there. I think that's what we're looking at. So, yep. So it says patio area.
Yeah.
And there's a short handrail to a post, and there's the
Post.
bottom tread and riser down to the patio level.
Correct.
And Kristen, just scroll down and get our side view of that. I think we see the same there.
Oh,
Okay. So is there a newel post at that area? Or
He is shown a newel post, yes.
okay, so there should be one in the elevation here. I'm not trying to pick on you, but so there's another post. If I'm going from the patio up, I can grab the newel post and a railing going up.
Yeah, there is one. If you see it on the side, you see it at an angle, that's the one. If you show me that.
On the front elevation.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is,
That's on the steps, on the new steps.
On the new step. Okay.
Isn't there a step that's supposed to come out like that it's showing a rail going across? Should that not be?
No, it's in the back of the porch,
Uh-huh.
on the other side of the porch.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So again, if we look at the front elevation, we see that newel post and the short handrail, we'll call it. Just you can
Right
see
there.
the bulkhead. Yeah, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
It probably should be in the right elevation there, but again, it's in the front elevation. So again, we see access from, again, the front porch and the house to the side yard.
Correct.
Okay, so windows are good. Can we see the site plan showing the
Wait,
patio? Looks like-
Michael, can I just raise a problem?
Sure.
Okay. You all noticed that the door opens to the right, which means you go out the door opens to the right and it's blocking those steps.
I think it opens, the door should swing inward, I imagine.
It's inwards, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what it's shown on that plan.
Let's go back to the plan then.
Yeah, that's inwards.
Can you, yeah, so the elevation, so the point, if you will, the diagonals on the door drawing point to the hinge. So it should swing in. Do you have this in plan view? Is there a plan view of this, of the
Yeah, that
unit?
should be.
I don't understand how the door opens. I mean, the way it looks, you've got the handle on the left-hand side there. Kristen, can you move over slightly?
If you open the door, Hazel, with the left-hand knob there, it opens into the wall, which is the right thing to do, so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when you go in the front door, you
Yeah.
open the door to your right. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which means that it's blocking the stairs
What stairs?
going down to the patio. I mean, when you
No, it doesn't open outside, it opens inside. So it has nothing to do with the stairs.
Yeah. Can we see the first floor plan view, Kristen? Please?
what sheet would that be?
I don't know, just, yeah, go up or down. I think it's one of those. I appreciate, yeah, one more. Keep going. Maybe it's to the top, I don't know. Yeah? I don't know where he plays. Is that the last sheet?
I bet it's sheet 1. I would go up.
Up, go up, yeah. There it is. That's there.
This
Wait.
one?
Okay, so this one is the second floor, I think.
Yep, one
And
more.
one more. There it is. You see the door?
Yep, on the right-hand side there. Yeah, so when you step up onto the covered porch and the door swings inward,
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, one of the proposals was for safety's sake. I'm a little concerned about that. He did show in one of his drawings that there would be a small landing there and then the steps going down to the patio area, which I think for safety's sake would be much better. I mean, I'm just concerned about that opening, with 2 stairs down as you come to the doorway there. I don't know if there anybody else has that feeling about it, but
I think if there were a more significant numbers of treads or risers, Hazel, you might have a point there, but it looks like we're just, we step from the house down onto the porch and then down on one tread, and then we're on the patio level. That seems to me, pretty clean. I think making that porch wider, I think is going to be just, I'm not sure that's going to look awesome.
are we sure that 1 step is sufficient? I mean, what's the distance? Because the front,
Do you have the, I think we have a site plan view that includes the.
If you look at the side, Chairman, can I say something here?
Yes.
The grades are very, very gentle. So the maximum steps you'll have is 2. So there is no, they're very, very gentle. If you look at the side view, you will see that. It's not on the landscaping plan or whatever. It's maybe 10 inches from the porch to the dirt, maybe 12 inches. So.
Okay. All right. So you're saying you have your heights from grade to the first floor is pretty close in this drawing as it is on site.
Yeah, all those porches are very, very flat. Yeah, I mean, patios are very flat and very close to the height of the porch. So you're looking at 2 steps.
Okay, so you're looking at so we got again 2 risers,
right?
1 tread from the ground to the top of the deck, the covered porch.
That's correct.
And then we got 1 more step up onto the first floor.
Right.
Okay.
do we have a railing on those steps or not?
We do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can we see, so again, actually, so we're happy with the windows, and at this moment in time, we're relatively happy with the path from the front door down to the side where our patio is going to be. Can we switch to the site plan, Kristen?
Michael, is there a railing on those steps?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that if it's 2 steps, there's a railing on both sides of the steps, and the steps are what, the same width of the porch? Because it didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, in the front elevation, we can see the side view of the newel post and a short run of railing right there, if you guys can see that. And then as we spoke about, we're missing that newel post in this right-hand elevation at the bottom of the sheet.
Right. So the bottom of the rail is not shown, right?
In the bottom right-hand elevation, yes, it needs to be shown. Yeah.
Kristen, can you move that picture over to the right?
Yeah. Can you see that?
Yeah, so in that right side elevation, we can see the newel post going to the front or the street. But again, there should be another one.
There is. They're showing 2 of them there. One on the left, one on the right. So.
Yeah, again, on the front elevation, we see them both. It's just, it's not visible on the right side.
Each step would be 12 inches, so it would be 2 feet off. You would see a rail, you basically see a rail on a post.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a railing on the house side and on the outside. So there's a railing on each side of the steps. Is that correct?
Yeah. No, on this side, it's the wall itself. you don't need a railing there.
No, it can't be the wall. Wait a minute. You got 2 steps going down. Don't you need a railing there?
So again, I won't speak to the, assuming that this building falls under the residential building code, the state building code. You know, a handrail is required for more than 2 risers.
Right, 32 inches.
Or, well, on a stairs, a handrail.
Right,
A railing is required, you know, around a deck or landing if it's more than 30 inches above ground.
the dirt.
And looking at this, it looks like we've got 2 risers, which, you know, maximum is 8.5 inches. So,
Right.
so our first floor is approximately, again, per these drawings, about 24 inches above the ground or grade. So although he's not required to have the railing on the porch, it's part of the architectural look of these buildings, these houses. So that's what we're doing. And then the same thing with the railing, you know, the handrail, I'm sorry, on the stairs. Although the state and the local building department may not require it, it is part of the look of these houses that was approved by the board
Right.
back when it was approved.
Right,
So
following that, yeah.
yeah, so Farouk, when I look at the front elevation again, I see the newel post going just in front of the bulkhead on that right-hand side, right hand to the door.
Mhm.
But when I go to the right elevation, it's not there. So the question is, does that newel post and rail go to the column or does it go to the corner board of the house?
It should go to the column.
Column, okay. So that column, yep, okay. Okay, everybody okay with
Okay, so wait a minute. There's not going to be a railing on both sides of those steps. Is that what you're saying to me?
the saying, well, we're doing one. Do you think we need 2?
Well, quite frankly, yes. And I think actually architecturally that will look better.
Mhm.
I think it will be a lot, it's, you know, but it's up to you. I mean, I think it gives them a nice open area to walk down.
I don't know, whatever. I just
Cindy,
want to make sure that the safety aspect is there. I mean, how wide, those steps are running the full length of the porch. That's correct?
Yes,
All right.
So if you put a railing against a house, you know, it's a bit of a problem because you need to hold on to that railing. So it has to come off the house a few inches, and then you have this small space between the railing, you know, the railing and the house. That's why you put a handrail on there. So you don't have the 4x4 posts. You don't have the balusters right up against the house. So
exactly.
you could put a nice white handrail there for safety. I think a railing is probably not appropriate right against the house, but for sure you want that railing on the street side so you see it and gives the look that we're looking for.
Uh,
And we have that, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I agree with that, Dan. So at this point, that newel post and the handrail railing to the patio probably is more presentable at the column because that's where we want to see it. Cindy, do you have any comments on this?
No, I like the way it's shown here and our discussion. Yeah.
So as I said, maybe it would make more sense if we look at the site plan, which shows the path from the house to the covered porch to the patio.
I mean,
Michael,
landscaping plan.
The landscaping plan, Michael?
Yes, please.
Okay.
yeah, and Michael, before we leave discussing type C, I wanted to make a couple points about the drawings,
Yeah.
just for review's sake.
Sure, we're going to go back to that, Jim. I just want to look at
That's fine.
you know, in terms of context. again, leaving the house, stepping on the porch, and then stepping down onto the tread and then the patio. So this kind of shows, again, I assume the patio moved forward. You can see the bulkhead is kind of is noted there. There's plantings between the patio and the bulkhead. And the patio moves forward, and we've got a little patio area. Step on the riser and then back up on the porch. So again, in this view, that tread doesn't go the whole width, but Farouk, that is the plan. We're going to move that tread the entire.
Yes, yeah, this is a landscaping plan, so he's not, the architect, but it will be the full width of it.
Yep. And the same thing, there'll be a newel post.
Yes.
At one end of that continuous tread.
Yep. In a week, it will be all done, so.
Yeah. All right, so Hazel, you can kind of see here, again, certainly the newel post and the rail can go on either the house side or the column side. I guess we would see it more, passersby would see it if it were more on the column side.
Right.
Okay, so why don't we go back, sorry, Kristen. So back to the architectural plans, there you go. And again, there were two things here we wanted to see was the adjustment to the windows for symmetry and balance, and then the access from the house down to the patio side of the property. Jim, you had comments?
Yes, okay, so thank you. These plans are the ones that will be reviewed in the field for occupancy. I note that on the windows, you have a window schedule in the right-hand corner of this elevation. I need material schedules for all items that are visible. So for example, this plan has not been changed to reflect the request for siding. The siding says siding per developer. We don't know what that is. We discussed siding multiple times, whether it was going to be hardy plank or changed as the developer had requested to vinyl. The board decided it would not be vinyl, that it would be hardy plank. Since the board at the last meeting and the meeting before as well requested that we have one set of plans updated to show all requested changes. I need specifications on materials such as siding. What is the siding? So that in the future, because these plans are being identified for the second phase of construction, and the applicant is asking for lot releases from the planning board, I need one set of plans that tells me what the materials are. Is there a specification sheet?
Yes, all hardy plank. There is no vinyl in it at all. It's all hardy plank.
Farouk, where does it say this on these plans?
This was done a long time ago, but we followed the DRB approved plans that calls for hardy plank. So we did a hardy plank everywhere. I can have them call it that here if you would like. But if you go look at the houses that are already built, 4 of them, they're all hardy plank.
Yep. So Farouk,
yes.
Sorry, Jim. So Farouk, we understand that. So it's, as Jim's saying, is he's using this to give the approval certificate of occupancy.
Right.
So it needs to call out those materials. So Jim can look at it and say, yes, hardy board, check the box, PVC decking, or whatever the materials are. So this is a document that's going to get you approval on these houses as well as the future ones to come. I assume there's more coming. Okay, I'm sorry, Jim. Is there?
Yeah, thank you. That's what I meant. So that, because Farouk, you don't know who you're going to be dealing with in the future for a building commissioner, or in years down the road. I think the staff will change between now and the time you finish this project, but you need to be able to allow people to be able to see what the materials are here. When I go out on the site, siding per developer doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that is. And at the last meeting, the board requested that all of this be shown on one set of plans. And your plans need to be updated with a revision date as well. That's not here. That's why we ask that you have an architect present or an engineer present at these discussions. You just had another applicant in front of you that you witnessed. They had all their designers at the meeting to answer questions. You've still not done that. So we need these changes on the plan.
Jim, that's also as far as the windows go. I mean, the plan we have does not show the new windows. Is that correct?
No, it does.
It does.
Everything is there. The only thing that's missing is it doesn't say hardy plank on it.
Well, it also doesn't specify other materials, Farouk. It like was brought up by Michael just a minute ago about the decking and the material used for the railings, the material used for the spindles, which, by the way, when I went out there to look at that porch, it didn't have the spindles on the railing that was supposed to be installed as shown on the plans. If you look at this plan elevation, you have spindles. Right now, you don't have anything. You just have the roof support.
Yeah. We have followed the DRB approved material list on all of these. We have a separate list that we received from the DRB, and we followed that. It tells you the type of spindles, it tells you the type of railings, it tells you the type of the AZAC, it's all there. So that's what we followed. It's already integrated in the building. It may not show on this particular plan, but that's the list we got. Because the colors are there, the materials are there, it's all there. If you want me to paste that list on here, I could do it.
At the last meeting, the board said they wanted one set of plans, an updated one set of plans. So for you saying that there's another set of plans, that doesn't mean anything to me. We need one set of plans.
Yeah, those are not a set of plans. Those are the spec sheets, okay, as approved by the DRB. I got that separately from when I bought the project. Those were all DRB, but I can, just to make it life easier, I can have that spelled out on this plan also.
That's what the board asked for, Farouk. That is exactly what the board asked for. They need to be added to these plans. That's why you need an architect. Architects understand these things. They would do it.
The architect was there the last time. Today he had a conflict. He couldn't come.
So, yeah, so Farouk, again, this is a document. So let's say, in a year from now, you sell this development to someone else. We want to make sure that the information is fluid and continuous. So the next people can build it and all the information is on a set of plans. Most importantly, so that you can get your sign-offs for your certificate of occupancy, in the near future. But again, all that information, the roofing, standing seam metal, what type of asphalt shingles are you using? Hardy boards, the PVC corner boards. What type of decking is on there, wood or PVC? All of those are important, again, to make sure we're following the approved specifications, and also that you can get a quick approval from Jim or whoever else is on site doing the final walkthrough.
That's fine. I'll submit the plan to Jim with the material list on it, taken from the DRB. It's basically identical to it. I'll just paste it on here.
Yeah.
So
can you have your architect call me, please? If you have your architect call me, that would be good, because then he'll understand what's needed.
Okay.
Right. I'm looking at the side view we're looking at here. Okay, this sort of plan also has to reflect the changes that we're talking about. We need to make sure that the windows, which are listed as 2s and 3s, are correct. That's what we're looking at. Make sure we've got to put the railings in on the side of the front roof there. The thing is that the discussions we have do not match the plans which we now have in front of us. And that also includes those drawings which we've gotten, which do not show the changes. The landscaping plan, the drawing of the house is incorrect. And the landscape, these all have to match. They've all got to look at the same. We can't have, pictures of drawn of what the house is supposed to look like, and that's not what it's going to look like.
I thought those two things I had to focus on was the windows and that access to the patio, and we did.
Yeah.
The rest,
So in the updated architectural plans, we want to show that newel post and the railing, the handrail railing. And again, so the windows, I'm assuming the windows are good from what you're proposing.
yes,
These drawings is what's in the field and what will be in the field.
correct.
Right.
They're identical.
Yep. Okay. And then again, all materials on the outside of these have to be identified on the drawing, the type of material it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Farouk, understand that if I go out there and there's no material specification, even if you build it in the field, if there's no spec to approve, I'm not giving you an occupancy permit. So for example, I'm looking at this unit right now. You have railings with spindles on that porch. If I walked out there today, there's no railing. You're not getting an occupancy permit.
That's fine.
Okay, you just said that's fine.
Yes, no, meaning that I will have the railings there. That's what I mean. They're not done yet. The porch is not complete yet. So.
Okay, so we need updates to the architectural drawings. I think we're happy with the windows as long as everything's buttoned up on the drawings and in the field. We talked about, again, the step. We want to see the newel post on the drawings. And again, as we said, you need all your material specifications on those drawings. Do we want to go back and look at the landscaping plan for this unit C?
Michael, do we need to get a new rendering of this unit as well with this, or does that not?
Well, I think this is a beautiful rendering, but I don't think it's doing much for us. What the truth has to be on those architectural drawings.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I think this is a pretty picture and it's great and it's served for the model, but I think we're beyond this. I don't think we need this. Does anyone else feel differently?
I mean, if it's not what's being built, then we don't need it.
Yeah, like I said, we can see the real thing. We've got the architectural drawings and the architectural drawings seem to be the sticking point here.
Okay.
I think this is a great vision and it's beautiful and I.
So I can delete that from the plan I submit, right? Okay.
Well, hold on. So anyone feel differently? Jim, do you feel differently as a course of going forward with this development?
From the design review perspective, I agree with your point. From the planning perspective as a concept, it's nice to have. It's almost like a cover sheet. Here's what conceptually it'll look like. Then you drill down to the actual architectural plans with specifications and materials that we need both. I think we need to have both.
Okay, so you would like that rendering updated?
Yes, thank you. Because I was just going to say, as a note to the developer, the builder, they need to match. You can't show something on the cover sheet that's not shown on the plan specifications. So thank you, Michael.
Okay, so Farouk, forgive me, I forget your architect's name, but perhaps he could manipulate that image or in his own recreate that image.
Okay, I'll have him add the steps. That's all that's missing there.
Are you taking notes, Farouk, about what needs to be added?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I think the landscape plan, the drawing of the landscape plan, that also has to match.
Right, so we want to show the extended tread.
Yes.
Drawing.
Yes.
And the post, you kind of, the landscape designers kind of hinted at the railing, so we should probably just add that in there.
Okay.
And then a dimension on the patio area would be nice as well.
The dimensions are showing right there, 18 by 15. If you look at inside the box in the house.
There it is. Got it.
Just to strengthen Michael's comment, Farouk, where the building commissioner is not going to look at landscape plans for structural additions to the building. They need to be shown on the elevations.
Correct.
All right, so this is a separate vote, isn't it, on the, Jim, on the landscape versus the building?
Yes, please.
So the board members have any additional comments on this proposed landscaping plan?
The plan looks fine to me as long as the drawing and the plan match. And it looks like everything else.
Cindy, any comments?
No, I guess I think it is important that what we're looking at here for as far as the landscape is concerned matches what the layout of the patio and everything. It would be important to me that they matched. And I don't see that here, but the landscaping itself, I think, is fine.
Dan, how about you?
Yeah, I'm fine with the plan.
Okay, Farouk, you clear on what you need to do?
Yes, on this landscaping plan, I just need to fix the step.
It looks to me that's it, and then just indicate the newel post and the railing section too,
Right.
please.
I have a list of, I've got a list going here.
Good. Okay, all right, is that about doing on unit C, building and landscaping? What would we like to talk about next?
Type A.
The type A units, okay?
Just as a point of order here, can we go back to that previous plan? Has the plan been redated? Is it updated?
I don't know if the architect put today's date or yesterday's date on it. I'll make sure it's the latest date on it, so.
The reason for that, Farouk, is the board is going to vote a plan with a date, a title and a date.
Correct. Agreed.
Okay, so that in the future, when I go out to the site to look at this, I'm going to look for that plan name and that date.
That's fine. All right, type A, right?
Okay, let's go to unit A.
Would you like me to say a few words here, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, this was one of the plans that was approved by was considered by the DRB at one time, and there was another version of this that does not show the balcony. Now, we built the first unit that already has the occupancy permit with this balcony. So what I'm requesting is, to the board, allow me to use the balcony on the remainder of the units. That's it. There's no change requested. Just let's do the balcony. It's a little bit more expensive, but it looks a lot nicer and gives them a little extra space to hang out. So.
Do you have a plan view and a specification?
Yes, it's go down. Yeah.
Decking.
Specs. Yeah, there it is now.
Kristen, could you put the plan on?
So again, just to recap, that rendering was a proposal to the design review board.
Correct.
But the actual approved unit C had a roof instead of the balcony.
That's correct.
And then we gave you the approval on one of the units that you built with the balcony.
That's correct. And
So
everybody seems to like it, so.
You want to build the remaining A units with the balcony, not the roof.
Correct.
Hazel, can you see this plan I'm sharing?
No.
Okay, can everyone else see this?
I can see it.
I can see it.
I can say it.
All right.
Kristen, can you just slide up a little bit? Oh, okay, A1. So that's plan A1. Is there a title that tells me this is a type C unit? It says type A.
I think the
Type A.
parking lot is.
Yeah, looking at type A.
I think at least on my screen, all all of us Brady Bunch people are blocking the title block.
Jim, I think when Michael just spoke, he said type C, but he meant to say type A. This is,
Type A.
Okay, this is
Yeah.
type A. All right. Does it say, I'm seeing A1. Can you just slide up a little bit, Kristen? I just want to make sure the title block says type A.
Okay, my screen is saying you cannot start screen sharing while the other participant is sharing.
Oh, well, you don't need to share, Hazel. Can you see this view?
No.
All right.
Just say type A.
So the date on this,
This plan it's showing the front and it's got one window. The elevation you showed has two windows near the front door. So I think there's a little inconsistency with the elevation or the rendering versus the actual plan.
It's 2 windows and a door.
this shows one.
No,
The
see,
plan-
in the rendering, it shows 2.
Yeah.
And the door. Now, let's go to the floor plan
Mhm.
or the elevation plan, whatever you want to call it. Slide down, yeah. Okay, if you look at where the balcony is, there's a door, and next to the balcony, see 2 windows.
I see one.
No, it's right here. It says, well, two and 2. You know, like right there. Yeah, where the arrow is. Yeah, 2 and another 2. Right. Those 2 windows.
Dan, you're talking at the door, right? Next to the door?
I'm talking first floor.
Yeah,
First
you're
one
talking
next
about the
to the
little
Oh,
window.
first floor.
Yeah.
Okay. I may have to go back and look at the rendering again. I think the first floor was more than 1.
Yeah, like so if this is a single document, the rendering is not the floor plan.
No,
As far as
the
the front.
rendering was done.
What is the, can you scroll up, Kristen, to the architectural elevations? Please.
Go up, yeah. No, the
Oh, I'm
other way.
sorry, guys.
So,
Yeah.
so how was it built?
So there should be the 4 elevations of the house somewhere in the package.
Yeah.
You mean the yellow
Right.
picture?
There they are.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Farouk, point, you can see it to Dan's point, next to the front door, there's 1 window in this drawing, but in the rendering, there's 2 windows. And are these how the approved, the house, the unit that was approved for certificate of occupancy looks, these architectural drawings?
Yes, that's why I kept the drawings to be identical. So all will be the same.
And so this is the new proposed
Correct.
A units for the rest of them to be built and or approved.
Correct. They'll all be the same at this point. All 5, there are 5 of them, 5 A's.
So we're at the same issue with the siding again.
No, same hardy plank everywhere. I'll have him put the material list on it, on these 2 plans, and also on B.
All right, Michael, you see where the deck is on the, let's see, left elevation?
Yes.
There is a roof over that, which is not shown on the plans.
So in that elevation, Hazel, we're seeing there's a little bump out next to the porch. And I think what we're seeing is that little roof. See in the front elevation?
No,
There's-
but I'm looking at the flat side there.
Okay,
You see on the left elevation,
yeah.
I believe there's a roof that comes out over those. Shouldn't that be shown on this plan?
It is. And the left elevation is in the bottom right-hand side of my screen, Hazel.
Yeah,
And we see that. Kristen's got her cursor there.
right, but I don't see a roof over that.
I think I
Right,
see it
right.
on mine. Yeah.
I mean, there is a roof over that.
That it's I see it on mine. Are you
Yeah,
looking at the right?
It's a bump out.
If you look at this front elevation, you'll see metal roof. See that? So
Yeah, but there's nothing on this plan on the left side that says metal roof over that. I mean,
There is metal roof.
Yeah, I think as long as it's it's noted in the elevation where it's most visible, Hazel, I think that's okay.
all right, as long as it's
to
seen
your-
there.
Yeah, but you see in the left elevation, we do see that bump out and the slope of the rafter there and the finish.
Just above the window.
You think you see it?
Yeah, yeah. Again, on the right-hand side, you don't see it because the balcony's in front of it on that view.
All right, and the rear elevation, the two windows on the left side there,
Mhm.
I think are actually smaller than in the way he's built them. So I just would like that checked.
In the field, okay?
Yeah, in the field. I think those two windows are smaller.
That's where the kitchen is.
Is that what they really look like, Farouk, those
Yeah,
windows?
they do.
Well, someone go out and look at them, please.
Yeah, I'll go look. I'll go look because I agree. I think there's something that's inconsistent. So
Okay.
Farouk, if the board approves this plan, every type A unit is going to be built to look like this.
That is correct.
Every front facade with the entrance porchway is going to have a door with a small window to the right and then a bay window to the left with 3 divided light windows.
Right. Those are flat windows. Those are not bay windows, but that's okay.
Okay, flat windows. I'm sorry, I used the wrong terminology, but that's a bump out.
That's okay. Since we're talking super detailed, I just want to be clear on.
Yeah, you're right, but that's a bump out item.
It is a bump out.
Yes, okay.
Okay, and likewise, the rendering needs to be updated per these drawings.
Also be aware that on the right side elevation, those two windows that are shown there are smaller than what were shown on the original plan. So that is a change.
Which windows, Hazel? First floor?
On the right-hand side elevation, the two small windows,
Yeah,
the original plans that were approved for this showed larger windows there. So that is a change from the original plans.
Excuse me.
is there an outside patio on on these units?
Yes,
What side is it on?
it's on the side of the kitchen, which is,
Right side?
yes,
Mhm.
the patio. They all have patios, every single one of them.
Is the patio shown on a plan that you submitted?
No, that plan is already given to me by the DRB, so I'm following that plan. It's not shown on here because this is an architectural plan. They don't show the patios here.
Okay, well, again, we asked for one set of plans. All your plans need to be updated. That's the thing, Farouk. I don't want to see any more plans after this, except for one set for all 3 units. One landscape plan for the entire site and an individual landscape plan for each unit. I want to be able to, if you can imagine this, discard the previous set of plans. We asked for that at the last meeting. We'd have one set of updated plans. So when you then submit to us partial submission, it's not a complete set. We want one complete set. That was made clear at the last meeting. So then if you say, well, Jim, is this all I need? You need to know what you need. We are not your project manager. When you submit partial plans to us, that's not what we want. We want one set of plans. That's why you need a project manager.
Jim, these plans are architectural plans. You guys have approved the landscaping plans separately. Now you're trying to marry them together. So I have all the landscaping plans for type A, type B, and type C separately that you guys have approved. These are strictly architectural plans to build the house. We are following the approved DRB plans 100%, except for some small little changes we are discussing right now. I mean, where am I going to show the patio on this? It would have to be on a landscaping plan, and we already have a landscaping plan for B. We have a landscaping plan for C. We have a landscaping plan that you just saw for C with some changes. They all had the same exact size patios, 18 by 15, 18 by 15. Even though the sizes are not specified, I measured it, and we're going to give them all the same. I'll submit that to you. They already all approved years ago, 3-4 years ago. I mean, you're asking me to show the landscaping plans on here. It makes no sense.
Not on here, in one set of plan documents. We don't want to have to go back to years ago approvals. We want to reapprove everything. That was the point. We're going to approve one set of plans.
I didn't know about reapproval of the whole thing. I thought that we had some
That's
issues
why
with.
you take notes, and that's why you have a project manager.
No, I mean, I've been following it very closely, but I'll submit, if you want me to submit a landscaping plan separately showing the patio, I'll just submit that. That's fine. For each unit, the architectural plan, the rendering, and the landscaping plan.
Yeah, I think it's not a reapproval. It's just that, like if we had a new title on a final set of docs and a consistent date, and it has every unit, including the landscape, and it's all a consistent date and a consistent title, just for documentation purposes. So we're not going back, that things were approved at different dates. We're not trying to piece it together. Just one final document.
Okay, so I can have a landscaping plan attached to this and a separate sheet, just like the one we have to see. And then this plan and that plan will then become a set.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
okay with that?
Right. Jim, my one other question is on the rear of the building, the rear elevation. The two small windows, I think, are different on the as-built, the way he's built them. I think they're smaller than what's shown on the plans. So could you check those?
Which view are you on, Hazel?
I'm on the rear view, the two windows to the left.
Above the bulkhead.
Yeah, those two above the bulkhead. I think those are actually smaller. I think he's actually built them smaller than what is shown on the plans. So could you check that, please?
Okay. Farouk, is there a specification for those windows?
I don't think it was specified, but my architect has specified it. And that's where the kitchen is. That's why they're a little bit smaller. Because the kitchen countertop is right there.
If I'm walking out there with the building commissioner, because that's what we do when we sign off for occupancy, am I going to be able to know what those windows are supposed to be?
Yes, you should be able to know that. Actually, I'm going to call Shami right now and I'll ask him to see those windows.
You may know, but these plans don't show it. That's where we're trying to get with you.
I'll check. I'll double check it.
Okay, so you're going to check on those, and that'll be updated in this drawing.
That is correct.
All right, and so is the board good with the windows on the right side elevation? There's two small square windows, and those were bigger in a previous approved set of drawings for Unit A. Were those something else? Again, we've got layers of drawings to search.
Why are they smaller? Were they bathroom windows? What are they?
Yes.
Isn't there a
Somewhere in here is a photograph of one built. You could look at it now probably and see if it's a smaller window.
Jim, if you would like to meet me there on site, I'll be more than happy to go over that with you. And then we'll update the plan exactly. It's what's there and then submit it.
Just so you understand, Farouk, we need one set of plans.
Right.
So for your saying, I'll meet you on site and I'll look for the old plans, that's not what we want to do, because we're going to end up doing that with every building type. We want only one set of plans that shows all three building types: landscape, elevation, and specifications. That was made clear at the last meeting.
Right.
One set of plans.
I'm not saying for you to come and look at the plans. I'm saying come look at the house.
Yes, but I need a set of plans when I'm looking at the house.
Right. I'll have a set of plans with me.
You have it. I don't have it. The building commissioner doesn't have it.
Okay.
That's the point.
And it doesn't match what's out there. what we have in front of us does not match what's out there.
This is what's built. You see the picture inverted to the right? Is exactly the way that it has been built.
Okay.
So the 2 windows on the top, the 3 in the bottom, a small window on the door. I don't know if we have pictures from the rear. I don't think I only sent you the front one to show the balcony. So,
So Farouk, there is an approved plan of Unit C from this board.
hey,
So what we're asking for is if you've made any changes or want to make changes from that approved plan, it needs to be in the architectural drawings. And then we're going to allow you to modify this unit based upon those drawings.
okay,
So what's in the field now is really not that significant to us. What's important to us right now is what's on the screen, what's in that drawing. Are we going to approve that drawing? And when Jim takes it out in the field, will the drawing match what's in the field?
yes, we'll make sure it matches and everything will be all proper in one set.
Okay. So we're giving you feedback right now on those elevations, and we're questioning the windows at the sink, and we're questioning the 2 square windows in that right side elevation.
I got it.
So does the board have any comments about those 2 window areas? So I think, getting back, I think the patio must be on the left side, right? That's where the French doors lead to the steps.
Yes,
Okay, so the neighbor would be looking at the right side elevation of this house. They would be on their patio.
Oops, wait.
on the left side.
Well, again, so if I buy this house, my patio is on the left side.
Correct.
Okay, but if Dan buys the house to my right and he goes out on his patio, he's looking at my right side elevation.
Correct.
All right, so those 2 small square windows would give me privacy. If I'm having a Tupperware party and I didn't invite Dan, he wouldn't be able to see me.
Right.
All right, so, and what are those windows? The bathroom is the front window because that's off the front door.
That's the bathroom also. And one of them is, if you look at the floor plan, can we just go to the floor plan for 1 minute?
Sorry,
On the first
Christian.
floor? I think it's in the kitchen area. There it is.
Yeah.
First floor. Okay, that's actually, it ends up in the landing. That's why it's small.
Yeah,
The
okay.
landing.
Yeah, so those are stair windows. So again,
One is in the bathroom, Mike. You see that, number 3? If you could put the cursor on the arrow, left, move a little bit to the left. Yeah, right there. That's a window, that's a bathroom window. And then right next to it is in the landing.
yep, and then but again, the bathroom window is a full-size window, and then the windows on the stair landings are the square windows that we're
Right.
asking.
Right.
All right, and then of course at the back sink, you've got the 2, the kitchen.
But those are the ones that Hazel was questioning.
Yeah, okay. All right, so again, does anybody on the board have comments about those 2 window areas?
I do not.
Cindy?
No,
Hazel?
I just want everything to match.
Okay, all right. So if we approve this plan, once all the materials and all the other specs are on it, and Jim goes out to the field and this is what he sees, we would be happy.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Okay, that good, everybody? All right, and we also need the landscaping plan for this unit as well.
I'll attach to it.
Okay. Jim, clarification. So we're gonna have a unit plan for each, a architectural set of plans for each unit. We want a separate landscaping plan for each unit. And then you'd like to update the whole landscaping plan for this part of the development. Is that accurate?
I mean, each individual house has its own landscaping.
Jim's muted, I think.
Yeah, Jim, you're muted.
So just listen for a second, Farouk, and please take notes, because I'm going to be talking to your architect about this. Each unit needs to have an elevation, a rendering first, an elevation with specifications for each side of the building, and a landscape plan. So that's what Michael articulated. That's what the board expects. So we have a color concept rendering. We have an actual elevation with specifications for all four sides of the house. And then we have a landscape plan for all four sides of the house. Additionally, the development has one large landscape plan that is the common area with the nice sidewalk that winds through the center of the development. That landscape plan has separate and specific plantings. The birch trees, which you're going to have to replace, which unfortunately got lost at the rear of the site. Those are going to have to be shown on the plans. That's what the board is looking for on one set, so that we have one set of plans. Anybody can go out with that set of plans, whether it's a board member, myself, the building commissioner, the planning board. They can go out with that set of plans and say, oh yes, this matches what's built in the field.
We already have that from the previous approval. Yeah, I have that full plan.
That's good. You can make one set of plans then. That set should be combined with this set where changes are being made. So when you say, oh, we already have that, you have to bring it forward, Farouk. I only want one set of plans. I don't want to walk all over the site with 4 or 5 different files from previous approvals. We want one set.
Okay.
And make sure that that includes plans for units B. We see we've got nothing on B.
There were 0 changes on B. That's why I didn't even.
Well, I don't care whether you think there's 0 changes. I want to make sure that they're built exactly as the plans which you've submitted, which we've requested.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, excellent. So we're good. We're good on Unit A. And what do we want to talk about next? Farouk, do you care what you talk about? You want to talk about summer house or the commercial building?
I think summer house, because I really need to build those garages that people waiting to move in, so.
Okay.
The commercial building can come last, so. And the mailbox too, yeah.
Farouk, do you remember which one of these plans was the summer house? What it was titled? Is it the Village Rev?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, can I say a few words here?
Please.
This is the final plan that we are submitting, and it will be built exactly like that, to the design review board, requesting the approval of it. This has 4 garages, or along with a summer house. They call that summer house originally, so I left the name the same. And I was asked by the building inspector to add a bathroom, which we did. And then the DRB requested to add the windows on both sides of it, and the door remains the same in the front. We did that, and all the material specifications were added and shown, so that we would have a complete design of it ready for building. The summer house has metal roof, and it tells you the color of it. It's right there, 20 at the bottom elevation, you'll see it. And we also showed the siding for the little chimney, and also the roof, the kind of roof shingles that will go on the house, the hardy plank, the siding was approved in the last design board review meeting, maybe about 6 months ago. And we're using the same siding on all the garages. So you go back and look at it. So it's all approved. So that's basically the plan that we are gonna duplicate. And it does have the stucco finish, which is off-white, it's specified, and the AZAC boards, that's also specified. Windows is shown, there's nothing more to do here, it's just very simple things.
So you've added in, since we last saw this, you've put in the stucco finish?
No, the stucco finish was approved originally, 5 years ago.
Yep, I know. And then we talked about other alternative, but your proposal here, we're sticking with stucco.
Right.
Okay. And we added windows.
You added windows in place of the doors. We did that.
Okay. So I'm looking at these windows, and they look like they're wider windows in the garage. And you got 4 double hungs. The short one in the bathroom, and then you got the taller ones that are in the meeting space, and then the front door.
Right.
So I'm just throwing this out to the board. That front door, I think it needs some sort of Muntin bars or grids in it. You know, it looks awful commercial as compared to the rest of the building. It's just, you know, a panel of glass. I know there's windows ghosted there, and again, it's not a huge building. You know, there's certainly, you know, enough glass. But my question is which way does this building face? That door side? Do we need windows there? I think there's enough glass in this.
Yeah,
building.
too much.
Yeah.
Those windows look awfully big in comparison to the door and compared to, and those that are in the garage, as I said, I think it's off balanced. I mean, it compared the windows compared to the door compared to the windows next door.
So
I think they're too big.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're low to the ground. And part of it is, I think, the way those that faux timbering look on the outside of the building
Exactly.
is forcing the trim down.
Right.
So I think, you know, a shorter window, dare I ever say that, might be better. But you can also see in the ghosted image, I think that AZAC, you know, faux timber is actually part of the window casing, if you will.
It's above the window casing, I think.
Well, yeah, I agree, and I don't know in the field how you would flash this or anything, but so I think either everything's got to move up, that timber has to move up, or the windows have to get shorter.
Yeah, I think a little of both. I would say if you get that timber up a little bit, and the windows, if we could possibly make them I think they could be narrower.
Yeah.
They seem wide, and then balance them. So that bathroom window, I understand that's, you know, because it's a bathroom, it's shorter, but maybe the other one should just be equally as short. I think they should be the same window on flanking either side, but.
Same size as the bathroom?
Well, yeah, possibly, yeah. I think I think there's got to be some balance there. And as far as the door goes, you know, if we're putting grills in the windows, we put a grill in the door.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
So Farouk, if you look at the call out the rear elevation of the garage there with the summer house, you know, maybe if we push the timber up and line up the windows, and again, maybe the windows are the same height, you know.
You tell me, so I want to just finish this off. So you want me to push that AZAC up a little bit and line up the windows with the garage windows?
I think so. I think those windows are going to be too low, you know.
They seem like almost so low, they might have to be tempered glass, because if that's under that skirt, if that's the grade, it's real low.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just want to know,
Yep.
you want the timber raised up high enough so that the window can fit in,
That's
in
right.
line with the garage windows.
Yep, I think that's best. Okay.
Okay.
And then move on.
And then make them a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
Less wider and shorter.
I think you can make them almost the same size as the windows in the garage. you know?
Okay, that makes it a life a lot easier. That way I have a spec.
Yeah, and then grills in the door.
Yep. I'm
And I'm
writing
looking
down.
for feedback from the other members on what they think about the no windows on the front of the summer house, whether we need them.
I thought there was a floor, the reason was they needed wall space or something in the,
They do.
yeah. I think we had discussed that.
Different. Okay, any further discussion, Cindy or Hazel?
I just wanted to ask, where is this? This building has not been built at all yet, right?
No,
Where in the site is this going to be located?
it's right next to unit number 9, the very first unit, the type C that was built. If you
Okay.
drive on Daniel Drive, you'll see the last building on the left that's built, and this is right next to it.
So this is in front of, if you will, the A, B, and C units, pretty much, right? This is
A
closer.
and B unit. C is only on one side.
So this is closer to the new commercial building that's being proposed.
No, it's on the other side.
On the other side.
Yes. Nothing is going to go any closer to the commercial building now that we've built the first 3 or 4 units. It's all done. So
So
Can you just, all right, so in other words, the front, I'm a little confused. The front of the building just has a door and no windows.
correct.
But the back of the building also has a door and then 2 windows.
The back of the building does not have anything because it's connected to the garages.
Well, that's the back of the garage.
Oh, you're looking at the proposed garage. Yeah, those
Yeah.
are the garage windows. Yes.
Right, so we have doors we have a door in the front and the door in the back.
Yeah, and then 2 windows on each side. And you got to remember that room is relatively small.
I know it is, but it just, as I said,
Just
it just seems odd to me that there are no windows on the front of that.
So there is only one door to the meeting room.
right.
Okay, and it's labeled. I can't see the label, but it's probably the left elevation, proposed left. It's in the bottom right-hand corner of the drawing on our screen. There you go.
Yeah, the proposed left, all right.
So there's one door and no window.
Correct. That's the front of it, right?
And then the garage is, obviously the back, the further end of this. And then the 2 sides of the summer house, one side has 2 full windows on the rear, it's called the rear proposed elevation.
Correct.
And then the proposed front elevation is actually the other side, and it has the bathroom window, which is smaller.
Right. Through the chairman, can I ask one question for clarity?
Yes.
You wanted the garage windows and the windows in the summer house to be all the same size. The only window that would be different in the summer house will be the bathroom window, correct?
At this moment in time, yes. That's where our discussion is right now, Farouk. So let's get through all the members before we
Correct.
tell you that's what we want.
Right.
Question through the chair.
Yes.
Can you not make even the bathroom window the same size if you screen it with shutters from the inside or blinds of some kind?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. I think all the windows should be the same. And then I think the window heights should be the same, which would drive where you're going to put that AZAC timber.
That's fine. I can make that window the same as the garage windows. It's going to be a lot less privacy in the bathroom, but I don't have a problem doing that.
Okay. And again, you can see how the garage windows are 6 lights, 6 over 6.
Right.
Which will cut down the glass on the sides. So again, would a window on the front make a more pleasing elevation?
I'm sorry, I
Door
didn't catch.
side. I won't call it the front, I'll call it the door side of the summer house. Are windows needed aesthetically on the door side of the summer house?
I personally don't feel the need for that. I think there's going to be plenty of light in there. It's going to be a full lighted door, and I think for use of space inside, you know, they may need that wall space.
Right.
So I don't feel that it's totally necessary.
Okay.
But you do have the full wall, the one that where it's attached to the
Yeah.
garages.
Yes.
That's a full wall. I mean, that's got no windows or anything in it. So that gives you a whole wall there for use.
Yeah, but my intent when I look at it is I'm not trying to make it look like a house. You know, it's an outbuilding. You know, it's like a clubhouse. So
Right.
Good
I'm
point.
just I just wanted to look, as I said, I just think it looks odd with no windows on that one side. That's all I'm saying. But that's just, you know, my feeling about it.
Through the chairman, Hazel, there is no front back wall that's full. The bathroom cuts it out in half.
Yeah, Kristen, can we just see the plan view? I think it's the first sheet.
There you go. See, it's not a full wall. Bathroom takes it a little less than half out.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
Dan's point,
you could
you
put
know,
a window on the right side. I mean,
I guess to Dan's point, you know, that's the concept here, that it was an outbuilding and now we're using it for, you know, a meeting place. And maybe it doesn't have to be so perfect.
That's fine. That's fine.
Symmetrical. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, so feedback, Kristen, if you can go to that elevation sheet again. So we're asking for Farouk to rework the windows, maybe raise up the timbers so the windows in the summer house can be raised, and perhaps they are the same size as the garage windows, and that we were looking for grills in that door, on that door elevation of the summer house.
Yep, that's what I got written down here.
Did I miss anything?
Do you want grills in the other door on the other end? In other words, this is the one we're looking at. We were talking about originally, I think, was the back door. On the other door, do you want any something there so it doesn't look as commercial, Michael?
I only see the one door there, Hazel, on the lower right-hand side, which is the proposed left elevation. That's the only door that I see.
I thought there was one door in the back and one in the front.
Nope, I don't think so. I remember we had the building inspector at our last meeting, and there was the question whether we needed two doors for this meeting area. And he, as I remember, concluded that we only needed one door based upon the square footage and use of this building.
Okay, but why am I looking at, I see, let me see if I can
They're
read
kind
this.
of ghosted in there, Hazel. I think at one point there were, you know, doors everywhere.
Oh,
Right.
so in other words, this thing is not a door?
No,
Yeah, there's only one door on the gable side, again, lower right-hand elevation.
Oh, okay, so this is, what is this? That's nothing.
that's stucco.
Yeah, it's all stucco. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I
that's-
think there's a door ghosted in there or something, but.
Yeah, okay.
It didn't come out completely, so.
Okay, that answers my question. I thought it was looking on this, it looked like two doors.
Okay, good. So is there a landscaping plan on this building? or is it part of the large
Yes,
landscape?
there is a landscaping plan for the summer house in front of it. There's nothing on the sides of it. It's in the front of that, yeah, it's a full plan.
Okay, and has that changed?
No,
All right, so, but we will have a sheet updated in the forthcoming package that'll show this plan. And it'll have a new date on it. So again, when Jim and company have to review this in the field, that they've got one clean package.
okay.
Excellent. All right, we want to talk about the commercial building?
Let's talk about the mailbox and get it out of the way because people living there, I want to finish that mailbox. So.
Fair enough.
One second. So the landscape plan for this building will also be added to the package.
Yes, it's
correct.
on the previous thing, but I'll add to it.
Okay.
Yep. Last time when I presented that image to you guys, a couple of material, specifications were missing. I added that to it, and that was it. Nothing else. I already poured the pad for that. I checked with Jim, and he said it was okay. So I did that. So this is ready to be constructed now. If you give me the okay today, I'll get it done. So.
I had a couple of comments on it.
Sure.
So one was, when you look at it, it does not look square, right? But if you look at the dimensions, it is square, right? So it's 6 by 6.
6 by 6.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like, so the elevation of the picture doesn't really represent the dimensions. I just wanted to note that because I'm looking at it, it doesn't look like you can walk in there, but the dimensions tell me that you will be able to. So
Yes.
that's kind of something, that makes it difficult for us to, view. And then the other thing was, you have the clear opening at 6 feet, where I believe that has to be 80 inches. Like, think about someone over 6 feet, they're going to be bonking their head on that. So you may want to raise that to an 80-inch mark.
That's fine.
Mike, you could kind of tell me, I believe that is going to be the code anyway.
That is the code.
Yes, it will be built to the code. So, yeah.
So, but it is square in plan per these dimensions.
Yes. We did one at Zara Gardens, and that's the same.
Did you mention Wayside at one time? Also?
Yes, Wayside has got too many mailboxes, so it's a little bit wider.
Okay. All right. But I've walked by the Wayside one many times, and it looks more rectangular in plan. But so I can actually walk into this?
Yes.
And get my mail?
Have to.
Okay.
Sorry. How many units are there?
15.
Total of 15. Okay.
What?
15 units are going to be serviced by this mailbox.
Yes, there are actually 16 boxes in there and two parcel boxes. And the 16th one will be used by the condo association.
A question probably for Dan or Michael. Building code, Dan raised the issue of the height. The height will have to match whatever the building code is.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, I don't know what that is for the entrance, but I think 6 feet is probably too small.
Yeah, it's 80 inches.
I'll do it right. I mean, it'll be the proper ones.
Okay, so the height entrance is 80 inches.
Yeah.
You also note on the right elevation, the recessed light to be powered by a solar panel. I see the
Yeah.
solar panel.
Yeah.
I would ask for a specification for that light. I don't know, the light is shown, it's difficult to tell the size of the output of that light, so I need a specification. That'd be something that's too small to actually light the mailboxes. Don't forget, this light also needs to light the footing area, because someone's coming in off the sidewalk. they need to be able to see where they're stepping and walking.
Yeah, so Farouk, this is not one of your better drawings.
The what?
It's not
Yeah.
one of your better drawings.
Oh.
But it is square in the perspective view on the left, the ridge goes left to right. That's what it's gonna be, left to right ridge.
Yeah.
And the opening is there.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I assume you're not getting a permit off of this drawing, are you?
I don't think they asked for, I mean, I'll check with the building inspector if he needs a permit, but if I need a permit, but I mean, I just gotta build a shed around it and put the mailbox in there. The mailbox has already been ordered. It should be here this week.
Yeah, I think we approved the mailboxes at a.
Yes, you did.
All right, so, anybody have any additional comments?
I just wanted to ask, it says that the back of the mail shelter is to be partially open. What does the back look like?
The back is exactly like the wayside. You just leave it open so that if anybody wants to get in from the back, they could. But usually the mailbox, the mailman delivers from the front. They don't go in the back anymore.
Yeah, but Farouk, we need a picture of that. I mean,
Partial. Yeah.
What?
Partial
we can't just
opening.
guess what it looks like.
So this is like a
Picture on the
carport.
left shows that.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the back of it. Yeah.
This is looking in from the back on the left.
They're both the same, I think.
And then this is the front view, I'm assuming.
All right.
If the back is open, you're not going to be able to prevent snow from entering the enclosure.
I don't know what to tell you.
This drawing has a lot of errors in it. So just even Mike pointed out the roof line, it seems like it's different from each perspective. And then the dimensions, like the 6 foot wide, like I'm looking at these lines and I can't even tell what it's representing. It looks like it's from the inside corner of the back corner board to like, it looks like an inside dimension. So it's kind of hard to approve something like this because it's just not representing what you're going to build. I mean, I don't want to be nitpicky, but if I was a building inspector, I'd be like, what are you building?
Can you have your architect do this?
No, this is a different guy that does mailboxes, so he did that.
I mean, I think somebody's point, I guess Cindy's, that perhaps the back should be filled in. I mean, otherwise there's no protection, from rain or anything's going to come right in the back there. So shouldn't the back be solid?
That's up to the board. I don't have a problem either way.
So who does this for? Does a manufacturer do this, or do you have a contractor that who?
I have a gentleman that does that for drawings, and I know that we want to get everything all exact, but this is something that in the other projects I built it even without any plans. They're so easy to build. So. You'll be very happy, believe me, after it's done. It won't look like this. So.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board? What do we think?
I'd like to see the back enclosed, I guess. As I said, I would think that someone would like the back enclosed. I know that would be my general thought. And, you know, it's difficult to approve something that is so sloppy.
Just one maintenance note. So my comment earlier about snow or any kind of weather entering through the back, the wayside development where the mailbox placement is, is kind of sheltered by significant landscape behind it. This is wide open. The site is cleared, both sides. So I don't see you being able to protect snow or rain coming in through the back of this. I think it should be solid. Since people aren't going to enter from the back, and why would they enter from the back? You can't really get to the back. You have to walk.
There's no need to.
Yeah, I think structurally you need that back to keep it from falling over.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, in all seriousness, you know, the wind and everything else. But again, so if I go to check my mail, I don't really enter this, right? Do I? I just get out of my car or walk there, and
Yeah.
you know, I'm really not covered by this, right? I'm maybe just inside this, because that mailbox is about 2 foot deep, right?
Approximately.
All right, so you're gonna walk in 4 feet. If it's 6 feet wide.
Yeah, but we're not gonna put it all the way in. We're just gonna put it like halfway. So there will be space in the back. Just be enough.
Yeah, but to Jim's point, I mean, you don't really need to get to the back of it, you know?
No, you don't. He's right.
Yeah.
I can close it up. It's really not a big thing. I can put some grill in the back or just close it up.
Yeah, I would vote for having it a back.
Closed up.
Yeah, and if the intent is to walk in and keep it at 6, if the intent is not to walk in, I mean, if you keep it at 6 and you pull the thing forward, it's just a bunch of wasted space.
I mean, I would think that people would want space to go in, open their mailbox if it's pouring rain, be able to look at their mail without being in the rain, and 2 feet going in 24 inches isn't going to give me enough room to open my mailbox, take my mail out without almost still standing outside.
Yeah, I think to Dan's point, you know, we'll have, you know, certainly 3 feet anyway, you know, 6 inches for the wall, 2 inches for the mailbox, and then 6 inches for the front wall. So at least you're not hanging out in there. You should be somewhat covered. And you gotta, assuming the ridge goes left to right, you'd have some coverage there from the rain. And so you've built these before?
Many times. Every single subdivision I've built, every one of them has it.
And there's there a permitting process for these structures?
No. Well, every city every town may be different. I did that in Zara Gardens. There is no shed on it. So the mailbox is just sitting there. Yeah. And I did like 4 or 5 in Marlborough, several in Shrewsbury. They don't require that. I mean, some do, some don't.
Okay. What about Westborough?
Westborough, obviously, you guys are requiring it. But at Zara Gardens, it did not require it.
So being a frequent flyer in the building department here in Westborough, I would say they're going to want one.
That's fine. I'll do it appropriately. I'll check with Fred.
All right. So board, we could again, if we were so inclined, we could grant approval of this pending a building permit. Approved building permit.
Yeah, I like that.
And we would want an enclosed back. Again, assuming that the ridge of this shed goes left to right, and that we've got these appropriate materials noted on this plan, we could approve this.
One note about the solar light, I like solar lighting, but there's a huge quality difference. So, you know, the solar panels that's lighting this, you know, and you know, if you don't get a good one in a couple of years, it will not produce electricity and that light will fail. So you just want to make sure you get a high quality solar light so it lasts for a very long time. And if it does fail, you know what, you know, who is to replace it? You know, with I like solar. I just know that you know, a powered light is you know, probably more reliable. But I again, just get a good quality solar light.
Okay.
As I recall, this mailbox, the open area faces west, I believe. So would that solar panel go on the back?
Yes, it does. It does say, it does face west. You're right.
Okay, but the panel, again, assuming the ridge goes left to right or north to south, the solar panel would be on the rear of this.
Yes. Actually, I have just installed the traffic lights there, the pedestrian crossing lights, very expensive solar lights and everything. And it's going to be facing exactly the same direction as those do. So.
And what size panel is that?
It's
approximately.
I think it's about like at least 18 inches by something. It's about this size. They're throughout the town of Westborough. You'll see them every place.
Okay. So it's not that big is our point.
No.
Point of information though is that those solar panels are not screened like this is screened from the back. So when it's mounted on a roof, the roof is solid on the back, but the solar panels that are mounted on the pedestrian crossings don't have a back. They're not screened. So the light can enter from all sides, where it's, in this case, light can only enter from the east.
Yeah, but so the fixture is certainly on the inside, but they're showing, or actually, I'm assuming that there's going to be a roof-mounted solar panel. No?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. So Jim, the solar panel would be on the rear of the roof, and
Correct.
the light fixture obviously would be located on the interior ceiling.
Correct. My point is, with the solar operated pedestrian crossing, there's no obstruction to the light striking the solar panel. Whereas with this mounted on the east side of the roof, when the sun moves to the west or the south, there's no light on the panel.
So there's no storage battery system or something?
Oh, there is. I mean, it comes with a battery. Battery life is so long. And when they install the panel, they face it towards the best part where they get the sun. It doesn't just face in one direction. So I think it comes with a little swivel. So.
Okay, well, that's a good point, and that speaks to Dan's concern about getting a quality unit so that it does.
It will be.
Yeah. Can we get a spec for that then when you get it?
When I get it, I'll give it to you.
Can I assume that the drawing which we have in front of us will not be acceptable to the building department? He will need to get a building permit. I am assuming that the building department would not accept this drawing. So he's gonna have to do a new or get an architectural drawing, which is gonna be accepted by the building department before he can get his building permit.
Yeah, that's right.
It's possible.
Ours is contingent on the building department, correct, Mike?
Well, that was one scenario that we could grant approval on this based upon that he gets a building permit for this structure. And that obviously that drawing would have to be approved by the building department, that it meets all the building codes.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So that would.
I agree.
Okay, so that would at least get Farouk's mail to his residence.
Right. Thank you.
Well, we haven't agreed to it yet, but are the board members inclined to do this?
I am.
Yeah, Hazel, how about you?
Yeah, it's all right, as long as we spell out in the motion the changes that need to be made,
Okay.
then it's fine. And I'm talking specifically about the backing and the setback of the the height and the setback, those kind of things.
Cindy, how about you?
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so I will make a motion. Is there a date on this drawing?
Probably, it was done like 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, so we're going to give it a name, this drawing, a name and a date. I make a motion that we approve the conceptual information on drawing MB1, we'll call it MB1, Village Commons, MB1 dated, today's date, July 22nd, 2020, with the following provisions, if that's the right word. Ridge will run left to right. The rear of the unit will be enclosed. A quality solar light fixture is to be incorporated with the solar panel mounted securely to the rear roof of the enclosure. All local and state codes will be met on the construction and the operation. And of course, all is contingent upon approval from the building department with a building permit.
Could I ask one addition to that, Michael?
Sure.
That the rear enclosure shall be hardy plank siding similar to the sides.
Very good. Yes. So all sides of the structure will be covered with the materials indicated upon this MB1 drawing. That good?
Yep.
Hazel? And you've got the colors on these, I think, the cobble.
Yes, it's right there. It's written on it.
Yep. And what is the interior is T111 plywood? Is that painted?
Yes,
What color will that be?
protected. Oh, just white.
White, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I have a motion. Jim, does that seem adequate in your opinion? Jim?
Yes.
That motion seem adequate?
Yes, I'm going to be sending this to the building commissioner. I do have one question. The solar unit, you said it's to be a quality unit, solar powered, mounted on the rear side of the roof. There might have been more to that. Was there more to that on the solar unit?
Yeah, I mean, the building inspector can't look at something that says quality unit. Quality means one thing to one person, quality means something else to someone else. So you've got to have a standard which you would describe the solar unit so that someone's able to look at it. You can't use terminology like quality.
Okay. So I've run out of words that we could use.
How about you just make it a solar unit to be roof mounted on the rear?
Maybe we could use something like commercial grade.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Love it.
Okay.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dan, Hazel, Cindy, and myself all vote. All right, Farouk.
Yep.
You have an approval.
Thank you. I know. I'm dying.
All right, we're on a roll. Commercial building.
Yeah, that's the last one, I think.
Okay.
My only question is, and something occurred to me, is that we really, I don't think we ever approved the landscape plan for the building, you know, the little room, whatever it was. I mean, I think we briefly looked at it, but I think we actually should look at the landscaping plan for that whole area at some point, just to make sure that we've covered our bases there.
I'm glad you said that. Is there an individual landscape plan for the summer house, or is that all rolled into the overall?
No, there is a big landscaping plan in front of the summer house that shows a huge patio.
Yeah, I remember it. It was just all.
Right. And a bunch of plantings.
Right, and we had some questions about that. But it doesn't go around the summer house, I don't think. It was, as I said, I think, you know, we need to think a little bit about that landscaping plan at some point.
Through the chairman,
Yeah.
Hazel, on one side of the summer house, it's all asphalt because that's the driveway to get into those garages. Okay, and on the other side, the landscaping for the unit next to it will be covered. And
So-
then the front is all this. So.
Yeah, and to that point, so when we look at the commercial building, we're gonna be looking at the landscaping plan, and I think that's visible. I think the summer house is visible on that landscaping plan.
Yes,
So-
it shows.
So Hazel, to your point, yes, we definitely should look at that today, and I think we're gonna see it shortly. How's that?
Pursuant to the board's request, I had asked my architect to do a 3D rendering of it. And I think the link is here somewhere. If you can, would you like to look at that or?
I'm sorry, my audio was in and out. So Hazel, are you okay looking at the landscaping plan in a couple minutes here?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make sure we don't forget about the fact that,
Good.
you know, deal with the landscaping, because I know we had some questions about the fact that it looked pretty bare
Right.
with just that pavings everywhere.
Okay. All right. So Farouk, why don't you tell us about the commercial building, and then we'll look
Okay.
at the landscaping of that building.
The commercial building, you guys have already looked at it in the last meeting, and you have recommended a few things for him to go look around and check a few things out, which he did. And he has since improved it by adding more a transom over the windows on the side, and he also improved it by adding some more shingles on in the turret there. Added more decorative stuff on those two dormers and added the grills there too. And showed the landscaping plan that was already approved by the DRB in the 3D picture. If you look at the three-dimensional rendering of it, you will see that the landscaping is shown in there.
I have lost the visual. Are we seeing a visual of the proposal?
You mean
We
Yes,
have an elevation.
yeah,
Yeah, I've lost it on my computer. I apologize.
okay. That's it, that's all.
is your video function on?
Yeah, Michael, that happened to me a few minutes ago in the same way, and I went up to view options, I think, and that's where the problem was.
Yeah.
For some reason, it dropped out and then came back again.
This is the way it's gonna look. I think it's pretty.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not receiving it. Kristen, if I log out, can I get back in, you think? Sorry, Kristen, if I log out, can I get back in?
I believe so. You should be able to use the same link.
All right, I'm gonna try that, guys.
See you soon.
Oh, I'm in. Okay, found it. Sorry, guys.
Can you see the pictures?
I can. I'm looking at the front and right elevations.
Right.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Please proceed, Farouk. Sorry.
Okay. As you can see, he has improved by adding a transom over the windows. He's improved by adding some more, different kind of shingles on top of the awning to break it up a little bit. Improved on the dormers. These were the things that the board had asked for of him the last time we met. You also asked for a 3D rendering of the whole building, showing the landscape around it. He has done that too. So if you guys are ready, we can go to that. But this is the rear of it. It's basically the same. Yeah, the side of it.
What were the
Yeah.
changes to the dormer again?
What?
What were the changes to the dormers?
I think there were no grills before, and you put a little. If you see that little shake work around it, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
So I think it's the materials and the grids,
Right,
but the shape is the same.
right. But oh, yeah, that's why we the same.
Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
You have a metal roof on the tower, right?
On the turret, yes.
Yeah, okay. And do you know what color that is?
It's yellow lime or yellow lime or something they call it. It's written there.
And then you have a black roof and then a black awning
Yes,
that wraps around the turret.
the wraps one on the front, yes.
And then stone below.
And the stone around the window, yes.
Yep.
And in the front.
Oh, like so a stone, it looks like around a foundation, like a skirt board?
No, that I think is the foundation.
Oh, okay. Did we talk about the sign at all?
That sign is just a representative sign. Dan, we don't know what's going to be in the building, so we'll have to come to you for the sign later.
Right, that would be the tenant, right? Okay.
Right.
Hmm.
Kristen, can you display the 3D video?
We're seeing a 3D rendering.
No, it has a full moving, you know?
Oh. Okay.
Fly through. All right.
Yeah, oh yeah, I went all the way on this one, because I know he wanted to see that. So.
What happens if you have more than one tenant?
You know, it's only 3,000 square feet. If there is more than one tenant, it's just to have it divided up inside of the building.
I'm talking about signage.
Well, then if there are two different tenants, then there would be two different signs. They would have to then come in front of you anyways.
Farouk, I'm not, this is a PDF with the
Oh.
pictures. I don't see any video links or anything.
I had sent you the video link when I sent you that email. Boy, he took a lot of pains to make that video.
So it was in the original message that you sent?
Yes, that's correct. It just says very in blue, you know.
So I have an email that says commercial building site plans. But I don't have any links in that email.
It's almost inconspicuous. It's there. I see it all the time. I have it, you know, so.
Maybe we can share your screen and you can play it.
Fine. I wanted you guys to see it because I took the time and effort and spend the money to get it done, so.
All right, so Farouk, if you have it on your computer,
Can I
I would,
send you that link now?
okay.
Let me just try that. I'm surprised it didn't go through here. It's very inconspicuous and it's a little blue line.
Is this like this big white step off? Is that representative of like a retaining wall or something, or is
Yeah,
that?
there is a retaining wall there, yes.
Okay.
How big a step is that?
You will have to look at the landscaping plan to check that out. It's all shown on the landscaping plan. This is just a rendering.
But that isn't a wall. Is the patio level, is it a step down? Or is the patio level the same as the ground level?
No, the patio is slightly above the ground level. That's why we have the retaining wall there.
But how many inches is that?
I'll have to look at the plan to figure that out. It's shown in the plan somewhere.
Yeah, I remember a plan where there was a step or two to step up on into that patio area with a retaining wall with some landscaping. And you're showing it right there. It's like a sweeping curve right there. So.
Right, exactly. Yeah, from the back.
Yeah, it looks like a few steps, so it's higher.
So we've got the patio base, then we've got, it looks like a wall, and then the drop off down to the ground. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to know what the measurements are on that. You know,
You'll have to see it on the landscaping plans. Those measurements are given on the landscaping plan. It shows the height of the retaining wall, it shows the materials, it shows the drop and everything. So it won't show on this rendering, but you can see it on the, I'm trying to find out what happened to that thing that I sent it to. Do you know what date you received that, Kristen?
Yeah, let's see.
They were
The
all in one file.
July 1st at 6:43.
July 1st.
You had done a separate email with just the commercial building plans because they were too big. And then there was another email with all the other documents. I can forward to you what I have so you can see.
6/1, huh?
7/1.
Sorry, 7/1.
Or if you have the file saved, the video file saved on your computer, I can stop sharing and then you can click the share button and pull it up and show everybody that way, whatever is easier to find.
Plans for D, okay. This must be the one.
Or you can, after the meeting, you could always send it to me. I could forward it to the board.
Right, I can do that because I may have to look and then make sure. It's a very beautiful job he did, so.
I can attest to the time and energy it takes to do that, Farouk, and
Yes,
please send it to us when you get.
I will do that. No, I want you to look at, I want you.
Yeah.
But it's no different than this. It's just that it's more in a form of rotating it, so.
Yep, yeah. So
But you've already seen the crux of it, so.
yeah. So it seems to me, though, the form of this building is probably going to stay. It's really the the outside embellishments and finishes. So I have some comments about that.
Okay,
So that metal roof, I think we got to think about snow. Based upon the metal roof I have over my garage door, it always seems to come down at the wrong time. So on some projects, they have rails or hooks that'll keep the snow from falling off in large sheets. So if we got 2 feet of snow and the sun comes out and I happen to be leaving the building right at that time, I'm going to get, a bunch of snow. And we got again, this is all technical stuff I think we should consider. We've got that fabric roof right now. So, certainly the hooks or some sort of rail, I think we should consider at least over the door, if not both sides, if you've got pedestrians, around that the tower of the building. The fabric looks okay. I think it'll be fine. I don't love the way the fabric hits the main roof of the building. Again, we see it in this 3/4 view on the bottom of the screen. We probably will never see it, from an eye level. But the other thing I don't love is I think the stone, if you look in the top left, the northeast perspective view, I think that stone wants to cover the concrete at the bottom. It's a little extra of a hassle in the architectural detail, but I think that can be done.
That's
So
fine.
I think the stone should run all the way to the pavers at the ground on this tower. The other thing I don't love is on the door elevation of the tower, there's just a thin amount of stone left and right of the side light windows. It just doesn't seem believable to me that stone would be that thin. Again, it's just a little pet peeve of mine. So 2 things is, do we lessen the width of those 2 side windows that flank the front doors? Or again, this is just an idea, do we stop the stone at the bottom of the windows, go all the way to the pavers at the ground, and then maybe consider putting stone below the 4 windows that are opposite the park benches here? Again, just that side. And then have the tower siding at the top there where the signage is run all the way around the windows. Again, I'm just throwing this out there. I don't love the 2 colors. They're nice colors, but are we better served bringing that light gray siding at the top of the tower down around the windows with the corner boards, and then making the dormers the same blue-gray color as the body of the building?
I see.
Yeah, that's my reaction to what I see here. But I think sometimes if stone is used on thin wall areas, it just doesn't look convincing.
I think this would look much better without the stone, quite frankly, and I think it would fit in better.
Yeah.
I don't think the stone does anything for this, and I think, this is called Village Commons. Most places it's been hardy plank.
Mhm.
I would scrap the stone and just do it all hardy plank.
Comment on that. So this is an unusual element, the stone. However, we've used it in other places. It was used on the Cumberland Farms on East Main Street, where the stone starts at the ground and it only goes to the base of the windows. So if you're looking at this elevation, you've got those 2 large plate glass windows either side of the door. It would only go to the bottom of the windows instead of going all the way up to the top of the first floor. That's a possibility if you use stone at all. But then if you used it there, it would be so insignificant. Why would you bother to use it? Unless it's carried throughout the entire elevation, I don't think there's any point to it.
Yeah, that's stone is a nice element, and it's a heavy object, and that's why they make foundations out of it. So again, it just seems to me more believable if it's just at the bottom of the building.
Yeah.
And I agree, it would be insignificant just to use it on the tower. So you'd have to spread it over 1, 2, or 3 or 4 other elevations to make it even worthwhile, to your point, Jim. And we're using the siding type on the top of the tower. Is that clapboard or is that shingle in the hardy board?
That's all hardy plank.
Yeah, but is it
Hardy plank shingles, right?
shingle? And then the shingles are used on the dormers only?
On the dormers and also around the village common sign.
Okay. And again, the rest of the building, the main box of the building is horizontal.
Yeah, it's all horizontal hardy plank.
Signage and lighting is to be determined.
The lighting he proposed in the front of it, but the signage is just very, like just a fake sign for now.
Okay. So you're looking for approval on the lighting with this building?
What I'm looking for is for you to approve the building so I can get the foundation in and construct the building. Now, all the other details inside and all of that, we're not looking for that. Inside, you don't even get involved in that. But if you agree with the concept and if you give me the okay on it, so I'll go ahead and then apply for the building permit and build it out.
Well, at one time or another, we will be responsible for the lighting and the signage, Farouk. So,
Absolutely.
and I'm asking whether you want to, is that part of our decision that we're making on the building?
Yeah, signage, I cannot say that unless you want to just leave that board as for the signage, but no material, information on it.
I would encourage you to ask for the lighting approval, but certainly not the signage, and just leave.
Right, I agree. That's what I was saying. That's what I was driving at.
Okay.
Maybe we can approve a dimension for a sign.
As shown, yeah.
Yeah, and then have lights for that dimension.
Right.
What other lighting are you proposing on this building, Farouk?
Just what's shown, nothing else right now. I'm gonna wait till the tenants come in. And then
What about lighting at the door?
Frankly, I don't think we have proposed anything yet, because then again, that's a tenant related thing. They may put some lighting underneath the awning.
Mhm.
Lighting at the door is an issue of visibility for public safety. It's not
I can put LED lighting under the awning.
Yeah, is it going to be a canister light? Is it going to be a
Canister, always canister.
Okay, so we need a design for that, Farouk. You watched the applicant before you and what they
Fine.
showed under the awning.
I'll submit that.
Okay, right, and the board needs to approve it before it goes to the building commissioner. So I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to get this approved so you can get to the planning board. But that's why we needed your architect, so that we could discuss these things. This is going to be a nightmare for me if this gets approved with so many outstanding issues. I understand you're trying to get a foundation permit. If the design review board says you can get your foundation permit, you're now stuck with this design with the turret out front. If the board feels comfortable with that, I'm fine. But all of the specifications on the building facades still need to come back to this board. I would be really hesitant to let Farouk go with any kind of framing permit for this building without you having specifications. Look what we're doing with the residential units. I just don't feel comfortable with that. If you want to let him go on the foundation, that's one thing.
To the chairman again, I have specified every single material on this right now. But now I hear Hazel saying that she doesn't think stone does anything great. So now that has to be changed. I understand that. But all the specs are already there as shown. There's nothing missing on
with your specs.
What?
They don't agree with your specs. So you've shown them. Just because you show something doesn't mean you have approval.
No, I didn't say I have approval. You asked me to show the specs and I did. And if you want me to change them, I will.
You want approval though. So that's what you want approval on these, and they don't agree with it.
Yeah. And Farouk, I can appreciate your need and want to get going on this, and nothing would make us all happier than to approve something we're happy with. But I will tell you that stone is going to impact your foundation design. Whether you use stone or not will affect the thickness of that wall and the brick shelf and all the other stuff. So it is pertinent to you putting a foundation and what that finish is around that turret, or if you decide to put stone all the way around the building. So that will impact your foundation plan.
I agree. Well, we can do that two different ways though, Mike. I've built hundreds of houses, so Andy, you can do it either with a brick shelf or you can do it with a steel plate. You know,
Yeah.
so.
So let's go back and talk about the finishes here.
Correct, yes.
So my one other comment about this is, if you look at this front elevation, the distance between the windows and the stone, forget about the material, but the thickness of the wall is pretty thin as compared to when you go to the right elevation, the thickness of the wall between the corner when the window starts. It just seems that that front elevation looks a little jammed.
Okay,
So I don't know whether you want to make those number 2 windows narrower.
I think it would
It just looks,
make a lot of, yeah, it gives you more wall space, yeah.
yeah, it does not look, and I think it's going to give you problems on the inside from a finish standpoint.
That's basically a, what you would call welcome area, you know?
Okay,
With
so
chairs
that's
there,
our
so I
lobby.
don't think it's gonna matter.
That's our lobby. So again, those are my comments about the stone and the siding. You know, I think we can redistribute some of the textures on this building, but
Okay.
that's my view. Hazel, do you have more comments? We'll start with you.
I guess, I mean, at this point, I'd like to see some changes. I still would prefer, the question which I wanted to raise to the board was that the top of the front elevation is shingled versus clapboards. So the question is are we talking then, one thought would be to put shingles all the way down. And was there any thought about maybe decreasing the size of those windows? I mean, I'm not thrilled with this design. I'm not quite sure what to do about it, but if you put shingles all the way down to the ground, then, you might want to set off those windows more. I'm sort of up in the air about, if we change this to shingles, whether anybody else on the board has some ideas about how you might improve the look of it.
Okay. Dan, how about you?
I think we've gone through this process with Cumberland Farms. I thought they did a great job with the same concept. They've got glass, they've got stone, and they've got two kinds of siding. They have dormers. We approved all that. So to me, Farouk, let's make it easy. Let's duplicate what they did. And, to Mike's point, having the stone is representative of a foundation. So, it's going all the way up, you just do what Cumberland Farms did. And it's up maybe 36 inches. And then you can save because you can have smaller windows, and run it, this front side and wrap it around the turret to the side and end it. I think that would look good. And then I would basically just copy, honestly, I would just copy the Cumberland Farms look, because that's what you're trying to do here. It's the same design concept, I feel.
Okay. Cindy, how about you?
Oh, I agree with what Dan just said. I think that sounds like a good concept.
All right. So Farouk, I think what you're hearing is, the stone is a nice texture. We think we'd like it, but having it on the bottom part of the turret is not doing it for us. And if you want to look at the Cumberland Farms building as maybe a model, that could work. I think that generally, I think the windows are okay. I know, Hazel, you made the point about too much glass, but I think at this point, we don't know, what type of business would use this. Could be a restaurant, right? I mean,
Could be, I don't know about the restaurant, but maybe, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
no, the
also-
windows, I was really talking about just the windows on that front area, which I think is a reception area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the lobby, yeah.
Not the windows in the rest of the building, but those, it's just in that turret part where I think maybe architecturally it could look a little more attractive, but I think the idea of following the Cumberland Farms makes sense and,
Okay.
look at that kind of thing.
Awesome. Good, good. One other suggestion I have, and I know, you and your architect are trying to, embellish on this thing, but perhaps you could put a belt of trim. If you see where you have the row of top lights in the windows,
Yes.
if there were a band around the entire building that fell in line with that line, it looks like all the windows line up. And you could use, shingles above that line, which is a short amount of space, and then your clapboards below that. Again, it would be a simple way to get a little more shadow and a little more oomph into the building. Again, that's just a suggestion. I'm not saying that's what you should do. And again, lower the stone down there. To Jim's point, we will need to see, we need lighting at that front door. And as you noted, below that awning is the perfect spot to do that.
Right.
So I think you should specify that light and give us a cut sheet on those goosenecks if that's the way you want to proceed.
I'm writing this all down.
Yeah. So again, I think the material selection I think is pretty good. I think it's just I think we got to put it more thoughtfully in better places.
Can I ask you one question, Mike? You said a band of what, AZAC?
Yeah, like a little piece of trim board or something.
Okay, trim board.
Yeah, and it could be anywhere, but that's just an idea. I'm not saying you should do it, but then you're breaking up those walls because they're, I think the windows are fairly generous, but there's a lot of wall there.
Yep. So a band, you just want this in the front, right?
Well, I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm just saying it would be a way to break up the siding.
Okay.
And again, get a different type of texture in those lower wall areas.
Okay.
But again, to our other point, you could put stone from the ground all the way up to the windows, all the way around the building, or 2 or 3 sides. But again, I think that stone, if you're going to use it, I think you should go all the way to the ground. It just doesn't look convincing if it stops and goes to concrete.
Mike, I have a question and a comment.
Yes.
My question is to Farouk.
Yeah.
Farouk, this is a good commercial building. I think your architect heard our comments at the last meeting. My comment is that it would be good to have him going forward at any discussion with this building, particularly with this building, because he obviously understood our comments. And even though we're talking about the stone being reworked, and I agree with all the comments by Dan and by Mike about the stone only being 36 inches from the ground and going to the ground as though it's a foundation piece. I agree with that. It should go around the entire building. But having the architect here will make real significant progress for you. Not having him here actually is a delay for you. So please take that into consideration. Secondly, a question. At one time we talked about this being a daycare, which would make a lot of sense given the fact that you have so many residential apartments and condominiums in the neighborhood. However, if this becomes a daycare, you'll have additional needs for egress. And that could change your foundation because you'll have other door locations. I caution you on that you'll end up back here at the design review board again. And I know you were told that by the building department. So if a daycare is a possibility, you should consider additional doors at this time.
I think in any commercial scenario, you're at the square footage, even cut it in half or even quarters, you're probably going to need, at least one more egress for
there is an egress in the back. You know that, right? So.
Where is it? We can't see it.
No, you can turn around. Just can we go up or down? Hey, Kristen, I tried to send you that link again. Maybe you got it this time.
Okay, there it is. Just went
There
by.
it is, right there.
Yeah, all right, good. Yep, good. Yep.
It's all, now, okay, I'm just trying to, rationalize it in my head right now, about what just got said about the stone. 2 or 3 different things were said, so should I leave it to the architect to come up with some, nice way to blend this together? Or should I just, I know that you want the stone to start from the bottom and not like past the foundation. Or Hazel was of the opinion of eliminating the stone completely. So what do I do? I mean, I don't want to, so.
I think you should tell give your architect the feedback that we're giving you and
Right.
let him.
Have
let
him call me, have him call the architect, call me, Michael, or Dan.
Sure.
Simple.
Okay, I'll get you, Mike's your number?
508-574.
Yeah.
6912.
Okay, I'll have him call you and then we can resubmit the plan based on the conversation that you have.
Okay.
My one other question had to do with the gooseneck lighting.
Yes.
I really wasn't impressed with the way that looked. It may be the size of them or something, but I'd certainly want to see the specs and see what they really look like and whether there was another alternative way to light those. So it's just food for thought for everyone.
I submitted the specs already. The specs, the cut sheet you guys have.
We haven't? Okay.
All right.
Okay. So there might be additional, probably going to need a light at that rear door, if it's any,
Yes, there'll be a light there too. You didn't show it, but yeah.
Yeah. And again, sometimes people choose to do lighting along the soffit. But I'll let you and your architect.
Yes,
about that.
I'll, yeah. Kristen, did you get that? Oh,
So if you could see if there's an alternative way maybe to light that without the goosenecks, at least. talk
there
to
it is.
the
See, this
architect
column,
about
right,
it.
the MP4.
Yeah. So Farouk, Hazel was making the comment that maybe, we would be open to seeing other solutions other than gooseneck if you and your architect thought that was appropriate.
Okay, I'll ask him about I have already made a note of it. Let me just call him. He had to give permission the last time when I opened it. So, it opens on mine. I'm calling him right now as we speak. Hey, Jamal, I'm still in the meeting. Can you cut in for a little bit or not? Okay, all right. Just give him the permission to open up that the 3D drawing because they opened it up right now. It's not running. Okay, who do you send it to? You send it to Kristen Belanger, right? No. I sent her that clip, the MP4,
Michael,
but she cannot run it.
we need to make sure that there's an open issue on the landscaping.
Right? I'm sorry, what would you say?
Yeah, we're going to talk. We're not done. We're going to talk about the landscape.
Yes, it says request sent. You'll get an email letting you know if your request
Before
was.
we convene.
So please approve it right now. Yeah, thank you. All right, okay. All right, I'll talk with you then. Yeah, Christian, I just got him on the phone. He's in a meeting. That's why he was not able to be here. He said he'll send you the okay to open it. I don't know why they lock it. It's a senseless thing.
Okay, I'll get a notification as soon as I get that back. So I'll open it as soon as we're ready. But in the meantime, if you guys want to discuss
Yeah,
something.
well, so let's, so you have our feedback on the building. Let's move to the landscaping plan for the commercial building. And then
Okay.
when we get the
Hold
file,
on.
we'll watch it.
Yep. That's a huge file.
I bet it is.
All right.
Yep, there it is.
That's the type C. Not sure what this one is.
That one was a summer house.
Oh, summer house. All right, so landscaping plan is Unit A, mailbox, type C. See what this is. No, that's not it.
Oh, you see that MP4 right there at the bottom? Yeah, that's the one.
Nope.
You want me to resend it again? It's a huge file.
I'm just looking off the email that we got. Let me see if
Yeah.
there's a plan.
It should be in that email. Or maybe, you know what? I may have sent that to you separately because it was bumming out. It was not going through.
Okay, yeah, I don't see is that just part of like the site plan in
Yeah,
general?
it's like a booklet.
Okay. Let me see if I can find that.
Let me see. Wait. I'll try to see if I can resend it.
Were there changes to that, Farouk?
No, that was approved by the DRB. No changes were made.
So what were we discussing today if there were no changes and we reviewed that at the last meeting?
But we never approved it.
Okay.
It
If
was
they
approved way back.
Oh, I have it right. Yeah, yes, it was approved by,
That was approved back in 2015, I assume. This does
Yes.
not mean that our board approved it.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that the DRB, okay, you want me to send it now? I found it.
Does it have the name Village Commons, 1 Gleason Street,
Could be that.
including site plan?
Right, I think so. That's the one problem.
Let me just pull this up.
There's something in Dropbox that's called Commercial Building Site Plans 513-220. It's a
That's the
PDF,
one. I think
and
so.
it's got 12 slides. Is that?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that has to have some landscape. It has landscaping in it.
Yeah, I reset that to you, Kristen, just so you know.
Okay.
So for clarification, yes, there was a plan approved back in 2014 or whenever it was.
15, yeah.
But per our last meeting, I think Jim made it clear that back then there really wasn't a design for the commercial building. And now that we have one, you are required to update that plan because there was no entry, there was no tower, there was no park bench area. So that has to be addressed.
Actually, there is a rendering of the commercial building that does have a tower in it. It shows the exact foundation size and the tower. It's all there, from way back when.
But
Okay, well, actually,
your decision, your special permit from the planning board said you needed to get design review approval for the commercial building. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Actually, when I was looking at the landscape plan this weekend, and I couldn't make out, that's the question I have for you, is where is that turret? It shows a rectangle, but I couldn't see the turret.
I will find that for you. That's how my architect got it, the turret idea.
Right.
But maybe not, but the plan was shown.
Yep, fair enough. We'll see when we get there and we'll.
Right. I'm just trying to get this landscaping plan to open. Did you get the one that I just sent? Oh, yeah, there it is, site plan. One on the top.
Okay, we just have to wait for this one. Yeah, that's not it. I have one more email coming in to open that up. For some reason, I can't get that video to open.
Oh, even though you got permission?
Yeah, I tried to click the link again. It asked for a request to be sent, so I'm not sure.
Maybe you could put that in the Dropbox at some point, Kristen, and I don't know if your architect can unlock it for everybody or whatever,
You
but
can. Well, she should be able to.
if we could see it
Send it to
at
everybody, yeah.
our leisure, maybe that's best.
Michael, in the interest of time, it's 12:11.
Yep.
We've been at this almost 4 hours, hard to believe. I need to leave the meeting at 1. So if we're going to tie up anything on this project or at 65 East Main, because I think Molly's back on the call.
Okay.
I saw her, now I don't see her. She's probably going to get to Kristen directly. She was there a few minutes ago. But I just wanted you to keep an eye on the time, that's all.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, Kristen, are you trying to get the landscape plan? Is that where we're at? I apologize for.
Yeah, Farouk sent it to me. I emailed it to this account. I'm just waiting for the email to come through.
Michael, do you think we could hold off on the landscaping, and since we have to review these plans again anyway?
Yeah.
With the changes, that perhaps if Kristen and they just send us all the stuff they have of the landscaping, and we can now look at it and then come back and discuss it when we discuss the plans.
I think that'd be fine. Jim, I have a procedural question. So if we were to supply comments on the landscaping plans and submit them via email, is that okay from a procedure standpoint?
It would be okay as a point to begin discussion, but decisions can't be made unless the group posts a hearing
Okay.
and you deliberate, hear each other's comments, and then make a decision. You have to have a meeting to make a decision.
Okay, but we could give comments about our review of it on our own time, and then when we pick this back up, at least everybody will know how we feel, and with the hopes of getting through it sooner, quicker.
Yes, but you have to send the comments through my office. You can't communicate directly with your fellow members because the meeting's been opened. So if, say you had comments this afternoon, you could send them to me and I can send them to the members.
Okay, all right. Does that sound like a plan for everybody?
Fine. Are you gonna approve the foundation permit for this?
Absolutely.
Lisa, you
No.
get
No, we're not. I don't think we have enough. Like I said, Brooke, if we do stone, I'm gonna really, I think you should, I would tell you not to do the metal plates because we're gonna want the stone under the ground, and that means your metal plates are gonna be under the ground. That's what I think.
Can I make a suggestion or ask a question? Prior to our next meeting, can there be an internal document review where Farouk submits all documents to Jim, and Jim verifies that it is a single document that has everything in it? And then we have our meeting and we discuss the final documents. So when we go to our meeting, where the next meeting is for some final tweaks, but we're there to approve. Because if we continue to have meetings and we don't have the documentation, we're never going to approve anything. So I feel that there needs to be a document review prior to a meeting, if that's procedurally acceptable.
Well, I think that is what we're doing, though. Is Kristen has loaded up the drawings as they come by and puts it in the Dropbox. Right.
I think what Dan is talking about is a little different. Dan wants to see one document, one plan set, as though you had them physically in your hand. They were all stapled together, one complete set. And I agree with that. I would really like that. That's why I asked for the architect to call me. I've taken 3 pages of notes. And if the architect calls me, I'm going to go write down these notes based on each unit type. And I'm going to then ask him to bring forward the formally approved landscape plans, bring forward the type B plans, and update the type A and C plans so that we have one new set with one consistent revision date, and we approve that set. Now, he would make the changes. You would have to still go over the plans and approve them because there might be something you don't like that was proposed, but at least then we'd have a foundation of one set of plans.
Okay.
Is that where you're going, Dan?
Yeah, so I'm just saying like it's a check to make
There it
sure that we have everything we need for the next meeting. Like,
Yes, I
we're
like
going to approve everything, but we have it. Like you know, there's not going to be a lighting spec that's not on it, so we can't approve it. You know, so we're going to say no. This, you know, so internally, we don't need a meeting to check to make sure that everything is in this final document.
Yes, I like that.
I think it's also important that for Farouk to understand that we are not going to schedule another meeting until we have all those documents. I mean, what we keep doing is we get X amount of documents. Kristen goes ahead, does a meeting, then it turns out that we still need Y documents. And it's not working.
I mean, is it okay to be, you know, like approving one at a time instead of trying to do all at one time? Because I have houses that are gonna close that are ready now. You know, for example, Unit C, you got everything on Unit C, other than one package like Jim is saying, all 3 in 1. I can hand it over to him in a couple of days. So if you give the okay, then I'll be able to close on those units. Same thing.
That's the whole point.
We're really close. I think we're really close to that. And I think, you know, if that was the case, I mean, we don't have that much more to do here.
Right. I'll get those documents, you know, all in one to Jim ASAP.
Get your architect to call me.
I will have him call you, yeah. Okay, this is your landscaping plan. It shows all the steps.
Yeah, look, the whole point of this is that we're tired of doing this piecemeal. That's what's happened. It's this constant piecemeal thing. And, you know, that was the point that Dan was trying to make. We can't deal with this anymore that way.
Well, my focus right now is on A, C, and the summer house. Those are the 3 important. And the clubhouse, you already, not the clubhouse, the mailbox is all set. Those are the 3. So I can keep going while we still, you know, talk about these. This may be a bigger item, I don't know. But if Dan feels that maybe you're that close, then I know, but every time we talk about it, we talk about making changes to it too. So that adds to the freight.
So I think that, you know, we're talking about managing the paper here, quote unquote paper. So I think you can group the A, B, and C and the summer house all together in one file.
Good.
And is my opinion.
Yes,
And then leave the commercial building by itself.
I agree.
Because
I
the
think that's a
size of
great
that
idea.
file is going to be huge.
I think that's a great idea.
You know?
Right. And you'd be okay to act on it separately, right? Just those A, B, and C, so I can keep going?
Yeah, and it would probably be easier approval because I think we're really close on the A, B, and C's.
Right.
I'd like to point out, we are not holding you up. You've been working ahead no matter whether or not what we've said. So don't give me this thing about the fact that this is holding you up working. You've been moving right ahead just the way you want to without any approvals.
Okay, let's get through this landscape plan. So Farouk, where is the turret on this plan?
It's not shown on this one. There's another plan that was done by the rendering of it. This is not a rendering. I have that somewhere. I'll find it for you.
That's kind of our point, though. It's not on this. So now I got to think about, geez, I wonder what side that turret's on. But this plan should be updated, you know, with it, you know, the turret's been around, you know, a few months now. So that's why we're saying everything has to be consistent, just like the step on the C unit. You know, if the turret were here, would say, oh, there's the entryway. Oh, here's the benches. That's what we're talking about. And this is our view. So anywho, the turret is important to orientating, you know, the view and making sure the meeting goes faster and quicker and you get your approvals. But
All right, I'll
Well,
just
anyway,
make sure that the
you-
turret gets included in this landscape only, so.
so I'm looking at this thing and there's two rectangles. Which one is our commercial building?
They both are, but the one that you're looking at right now is the 3,000 square,
Is that the top?
yeah,
Okay.
right there, yeah, the one where the cursor is.
And the turret's in the lower left-hand corner on this page?
No, lower right, top, right-hand corner,
Top right. Okay.
top right. Right there.
Okay. And we've got some, looks like there's some sort of ramps. I see the stairs and I see the retaining walls.
Yeah, it's all, I have the landscaping.
Chris, can you zoom in on that rectangle? Is that possible? Okay. So it looks like there's planters against this rectangle. Those are, sounds like those are going away.
They are?
Okay.
They are?
I'm asking.
No, they're not. Nothing is going away, but we are assuming this to be the approved plan, so we're following it.
But I didn't see those planters in your rendering.
There is.
Is there?
Yep. Go to the colored, yeah. Right there.
Where?
If you go to the, right there on that side, see, by the tree, there's a planters there on the side, so.
But there's some against the rectangle in the landscaping plan. That's what I'm inquiring about.
Those aren't planters, Farouk. Those are landscape islands. That's different from a planter.
These are the ones that, you see the flagpole is shown there too, and that's based on the approved drawings that they had before. And then the planters over there, where the green trees are, that's a rendering. I mean, these shows as planters and they're showing them as trees.
Yeah. So on that right-hand side, that's not a planter, that's just a bed. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, those are three separate trees. That's what the architect said, so he.
No.
But they look like they just got those little squares in the pavers and the trees are in there.
Okay, I'm referring to on the right-hand side of the rectangle of the retail office building A, there's a rectangle running north and south.
Yeah, it's there. If you go in front of the building, you'll see it there.
All right, and is that just a planting bed? Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
just the planting bed.
Okay. Okay, so again, once that turret's drawn in, we can kind of see that the bed is flush with that, and then the one on the left, the bed goes with the shape of the retaining wall. Okay.
All right, so the only thing that's missing here really is the turret. The rest is, each and every plant is mentioned. See, like that the flat bed there, it says F, and another one 8, another one 1. So they're all numbered and all the plants are specified.
Okay. So
It's a complete plan.
when you come back with our nice big file on commercial building, this part of the drawing will be in there. All the keyed landscaping elements will be in that file. The turret will be drawn in. So there won't be any question about what material or what tree is here around this building. Is that correct?
That is correct. Now, I was going to resubmit this whole file. The only thing we need to add here is the turret, because all the other things have been explained in here. If you go all the way down, can you go down, please? All these numbers are specified on all the trees are, yeah, see, each and every, all spec'd out. There you go. That's the overall plan of the whole site.
Yeah, but this is an old package. What we're saying is we need you to condense it into one simple package for us.
Michael, I'm a little concerned. I suddenly noticed if you go back to that rendering of the plan, keep going up, Kristen, further. All right, do you notice, I don't know if anybody else notices, the number of steps from down below up to this plaza?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and does that mean that there's a huge drop off? where this wall is along there? I mean, yeah, I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
There's steps up, Hazel. This
Right.
site is below grade.
Actually, this is something that Randy would have to be the one to explain. This is all tied in properly. It was all approved. Like I said, see those steps right there? There's no drop off. You see the shaded area where it says F8 and 1? That's all retaining wall all the way around it. And then you have the steps to go down below to the property line.
Farouk, from our point of view, we see your 3D drawing and we see a single white strip that looks like it's maybe 1 or 2 steps, and we're saying, oh, so it looks like it's a little elevated. And now we go to this one and we see it looks like 5 steps.
Right.
Our perception, like, well, which one is it? How high is this? It's confusing. That's all we're saying. Like, we're looking at 2 different things, and you're drawing this, and we're getting confused, right? So we're saying, like, well, how high is this? If there's 5 steps, right? 5 times 8 is 40 inches. Is this 40 inches higher than the grade? Or when we look at your 3-dimensional view, it looks like it's 12 inches higher than grade. So we're just getting confused. That's all.
I hear you, but the rendering never is dimension. That rendering was just for the building, not to show the grades. So we just focused on the building itself because that's what you wanted. As far as the real drawings are concerned, this is what you're looking at.
Yeah, what's real? That's what I want to know. What is real?
This is real.
So it's 40 inches above grade.
That's whatever it measures to. Yes.
Okay.
That what you're seeing is the real, because this is what it's going to be built like or by. We'll go by this plan to build it.
Okay. All right. So this, you're saying all the trees and the elements and the plantings and the retaining walls are all staying the same, and your building fits nicely inside this.
Yes. Yes.
Anybody have comments about that? And so I have a comment. So there looks like the pavers change. And if I read the key, I'll find that. The 5 versus the, whatever the key is.
Go down to 5.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will find it.
Yeah, it's all there. Believe me, there's so many details there. It's unbelievable. Each and every tree is specified.
It's good.
I'd like to know a little bit more about the access going in and out of this and the heights, and as I said, I'm confused. I don't know what I'm looking at.
So
if I'm talking 40 inches off the ground,
Yeah, to Dan's point, that's accurate. So where the turret is and those stairs up to those parking spaces, obviously it's, probably 36 or 40 inches. That upper parking space is that much higher than the surrounding pavers of the building. And I assume that the driveway slopes down. So by the time I get to the bottom parking spot there, that it's, 1 step up onto the pavers, and then I'm at the grade around the building. That's my assumption looking at this building, at this drawing.
Yeah, this is not really a plan. If you got to look at the plan to get the grades right, this is just an overall view. You have to look at the actual, building drawing, so it will tell you the grade lines and all the grades are mentioned on there. But you're pretty much this is all approved by the planning board. The whole setup. Well, I don't think we can really change anything here. So it's all approved. The grading, the steps, the parking. It's all part and parcel of that approval. The only thing I think we need to concentrate, if you guys want a different plantings or maybe a different color of the building, yeah. But I don't think we can mess with the grades.
Point of information, most of what Farouk just said is correct. So the utilities were installed based on a grade. The grade is based on making sure we have positive drainage. So the grading plan cannot change. And it used to be, just as a little bit of history, this site was basically a gravel quarry. It was a bowl. If you drove by on Fisher Street and went by this site, it was probably 7 to 9 feet below grade. It has since been filled. And it's been filled so that the trenches for the utilities wouldn't be 15 feet deep. So the grading can't be changed. There is a slight step up to the platform or the foundation for the commercial building, and the entrance off of the sidewalk from Gleason Street might be slightly below grade, but it's not much of a change. It used to be, but it's not anymore. That's why when Hazel brought up the point about the walkway from the intersection of Hazel and from Fisher and Gleason Street, where the sidewalk is, looks like you have 5 steps down. It's actually probably almost exactly at grade now. So this plan really isn't completely accurate to what's out there. This is a concept plan that shows the landscaping materials to be installed. So Farouk is right. This specifies all of the landscape plantings, but the grade in association to the street is not correct.
Correct. It has to match with what's there now. The parking lot is already built. This is already all built all around it. All this, the entire parking over here is built. That little area, the white area, that's all built with the trees all planted. This is complete. We just have to put the foundation and make it all blend in.
So those retaining walls are only a couple of feet tall,
Right. It could be 2 feet, it could be 2.5 feet, it could be 22 inches, you know, whatever it works out in the field.
Okay, more comments about this plan?
So the only thing I'm going to put this back in is a turret. The rest is, can't change anything, really.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So, Farouk, you're gonna have your architect call Jim. He can call me, call anybody, and
I will.
you're gonna get single files back to us. One file for the commercial building project, and another file for A, B, C, and the summer house.
Correct. I may have to help him a little bit because he is not the landscape architect. I have the landscaping plan separately. I'll have to just give it to him or just give it to Jim, and then we can put it all in one file.
Yeah.
What he will give you is the architectural plans of A, B, and C, 100% in sync with what we talked today.
Yeah. Well, someone has to change this plan, so I don't know if your architect's gonna do it or.
I'll get the change. I think Randy may have to put the turret in there because he's got the CAD on it.
Yeah. And I'm sure if you give the PDF to your architect, he can get it into one file.
Jim, is that what you want on this type of a plan? What is it you're looking for?
I would actually like to work with one person, and I would like to work with the architect because I think he'll understand what it is the board wants. No offense, Farouk, but I know you're also trying to watch the budget on this project, and I appreciate that. But the truth of the matter is you're actually wasting time and money by not having the plans the way that the board has asked for them now for probably 3 or 4 meetings. I think you'll make progress if you let the architect communicate with the board.
Well, they're 2 separate people, Jim, you know? I mean, it's not an architect. I know you want to deal with one person. This is all done by Randy. Randy is not the guy that does the house plans.
That's fine.
So 2 different people. So I'm the one that's trying to coordinate everybody so you get your finished product, and you will get it. And in the meantime, I'll have the architect call Mike and you like you wanted, but he can talk to you about the commercial building, but he can't talk about this. This is all Randy's work. The landscape is all Randy's work.
Farouk, I think you'll find that your architect and Andy can speak each other's language. And to Jim's point, I think it'll go faster.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I have no issues with that. He'll be calling you as soon as he's available.
Great.
He can call you anytime, right?
Yes. Call me. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Excellent. All right.
And I'm hoping you're making the progress in the right direction because planning board is holding me up too. They're not releasing the lots, and I don't know what to do. The people sitting around, I got to get that subdivision complete. I'll go bankrupt.
Farouk, you've had this site now for about 5 years. And so
Yeah, I know.
you knew what was required. It's in your decision. When you came to the town, we met with you and we said, make sure you understand what's in the permit. And you said, oh, I've read it, I understand. So you're actually in control of your timeline. You should have had this done years ago.
What? Commercial building? Okay, but we're not gonna go down that route. I'm just asking that we need to finish this up. So,
Nobody's holding you up.
Yeah.
no, we'll get this resolved next, a week or so, okay?
Well, get your architect involved.
He is involved.
Call
yeah.
us, and as soon as you've got files ready, we will try to accommodate you and get this going as fast as we can on our end.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Okay, I'm going to close this hearing on 1 Gleason Street, Village Commons. Farouk, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time and effort into it. I really thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, and do we have Molly back somewhere, or an email from Molly Gates? Molly Gates?
Yes, Molly sent the plans. I forwarded them to everyone in the design review board. So if you check your inbox, you should have what she sent. See.
Can you put them on the screen for us, Kristen?
Okay, let me see if I have it. Hold on, I have to email that to this account. And then one other thing, I don't know if we're able to approve the minutes we had talked about last time. We've got April 30th, May 21st, June 11th, and July 2nd now. I just need to wait until,
Yeah, do you want a motion to approve those minutes, Michael?
Yes, short of it is I do. All right, we have, but there's a few of them, right? Has everyone had the chance to read
There are
it?
4 of them, yeah,
4?
yeah.
I read all, but I think the last, I mean, you sent those all together, Kristen, as I remember, you were kind enough to do that.
yep, if you can't get to all of them, maybe we could do April 30th and May 21st.
Okay.
All right, then I move that we approve the minutes for April 30th and May 21st.
I'll second that motion. Vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dan, you're the signee, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did. Mike.
Okay. All right.
All right, Kristen, thank you for your patience.
I'll share the document as soon as it comes into my inbox, but are you able to open yours, Michael? You could read off the plan. I think that's what we were waiting for, to get the information as far as dates and sheets.
I'm just checking to make sure it's the updated file,
Okay.
that it has everything.
It has 23 pages.
Yeah.
Yep.
So everything is here. I'm just checking on the signage, with the directional signs.
It's a huge file, isn't it?
Yes.
Because
It might
mine's
be.
still loading. Yeah,
It might be why I don't have it in my inbox yet.
right. Mine is still loading.
So what was she doing to this? I thought it was just pointing out the locations of the signage on the overall site plan, right?
Well, she has it in one tidy file, which is awesome. And again, everything is here, the updated pylon, the building sign, the ATM, the directional signs, the elevations are there. All the lighting specs are here. I'm just can't find the plan with the updated sign locations.
Right. That's what I'm looking at it too. And
Yeah.
it's like,
923. Nine of 23 is the, it says layout and materials plan.
Here we go.
But it still doesn't have, and again, I think we were giving them some leeway to work on that, right? It still does not show this sign at the driveway. But again, was that a week ago, or was that this morning that we talked about?
Yeah, I think Carolyn, the landscape architect, she was the one that was in charge of this sheet.
Right.
So maybe Molly doesn't have access to that file. I'm not sure.
Plantings and lighting plan.
yeah, 11 of 23.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, hang on.
But it's not showing the locations.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think we decided that we were going to give them time to do that. Is that
Right.
two things? They were going to fix the windows
Yeah.
on the second floor dormers, and they were going to adjust the signs locations.
Right.
But they would do it on the plans that we have, right? So we can reference the sheet, and the assumption is that when we go to that specific sheet, it'll be updated with the new information.
Okay, so they did update the dormer windows. They've added, that's on sheet 2 of 23.
Let's see here. Okay.
But I do not see the signage locations updated on either plan. Plan 9 of 23, layout and materials plan. Or planting and lighting plan, which is 11 of 23.
Yeah, 10 of 23 shows, I think, the original sign locations of the drive-through and the main front sign.
It does.
Yeah.
Jim, can we put a provision in our approval to amend that, or how can we? Jim, you went silent again on us.
Sorry about that.
All right.
I got to remember I'm not on all the time.
Right.
So you want to amend, I want to make sure I understand the question. You want to amend the motion to include the amendment to the plan?
No, they gave us a modified plan.
Right.
We asked to get it into one file with a new date, which I think they've done. We asked them to adjust the windows on the dormers, which they've done, but they haven't modified the signage, the directional signage locations. So how can we give them approval on this and still have the ability to get that plan modified?
So it looks like Waterman Design did their part, but the sign company did not do their part. Why don't we respond to Molly?
Yeah.
Saying that we don't have a complete package. The signage amendment is not in the package you submitted. Please resubmit. And then I know that you will not be in the meeting, but you could give them now a partial approval of the site plan for the building and the landscape and just exclude the site. Well, hold on a second. Let me rethink that. You're still in session. You can always amend that, your original thoughts, and then just change the motion that I sent you to exclude the site. I mean, the signage. And we'll deal with the signage in a separate vote at our next meeting.
All the signage.
Yep. And that's actually cleaner because that allows them to apply for the building permit. Signage is usually the last thing that's installed. So they can get going on the building and the landscape.
Okay. So I lost your motion, Jim.
Oh, okay. I've still got it. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to resend this.
So Jim, in this package, there's multiple companies' title blocks. The first sheet is by Margulies Peruzzi Architects, construction drawings. But as you go through it, I mean, there's 23 sheets, but they're all different numbers and different sequences. Does that matter to us, or do I need to?
Ideally, we would want to list all of the sheets in our motion.
Okay.
But I think you could just say multiple sheets, 23 sheets total, entitled, whatever the title is, as drawn by Waterman Design, dated, whatever the date is.
Okay. In this case, because it's the building, it would be all the drawings by Margulies Peruzzi. And starting with sheet A101.
I think that's fine.
That too?
Yeah, so for some reason, I can't seem to be able to send this message again. I also sent it to Dan and I sent it to Kristen. Do either of you have it? I think it's so long that it won't, I've sent it to 3 people, it won't allow me to chat more.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't
I don't have it.
You do not have it, okay.
No.
Kristen, do you have it?
Jim, can
I'm
I?
going to make the motion and I can forward the email to them.
Okay, so Kristen, are you saying make the motion? I sent you the motion.
Who would like to make the motion, and I'll send it to them directly via email.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll send it to Michael.
Okay.
Jim,
Yes.
isn't that signage within the historical district within 2,500 feet of the Rotary?
It is, except that when there's a design review approval that requires signage, the DRB does it all. And that is intended to streamline the process. And you've got 3 representatives of historic on it.
Right. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know why it won't let me send this again.
All right, so, sorry. So I guess I move I make a motion to move that the Design Review Board approve the design plans for 65 East Main Street entitled Middlesex Savings Bank, final DRB submissions dated July 22nd, 2020.
Drawn by,
So clarification, so there's the building plans are by Margulies Peruzzi. We also need to approve some of the Waterman plans, right? Because it's the site,
yeah, because they show the landscape.
okay? So we can approve all drawings with those title blocks by them, except for the one that shows the directional signage or,
So what I would do is, again, we got 23 pages here.
Yeah.
And I see a plan number at the bottom of each page.
Yeah.
So I would say to make the motion simpler, that you move to approve all plans titled, drawn by Waterman Design and Margulies,
okay?
and then with the date.
Okay.
And then as a second motion, you are not approving any signage, either directional, building, or ground signage with this approval.
Perfect. Kristen, you get that?
Directional building, or what was the last one?
Ground signage.
Ground.
Awesome.
I will second that, both of those.
Vote, motion to approve? All?
Aye.
Hazel, Dan, Cindy, myself,
Hazel.
Hazel. Awesome.
So now a question, I just want to make sure, because that was a complex motion. Kristen, do you feel you have was there a date given? I'm sorry, because if there wasn't, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, today's date, the 22nd of July, 2020.
Okay, so Kristen, you have the name of the drawing, the two designers, and the date, right?
Yes.
Perfect. And by the way, Kristen's doing a great job, because for her to be able to write and catch up to all these comments, and particularly in light of the last applicant that we heard, there's a lot to be taken down. So thank you, Kristen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Definitely, great job.
And having this all virtual, Kristen. That's awesome.
Right.
Great job. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I can tell Molly that you've approved everything minus the signage information. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and for her to resubmit the signage once she has the new entryway sign. And I know that that'll happen. We've worked with that design firm, Vision Point, many times. They'll get it right. They always have.
Yeah.
So I know that that'll be done right. And then we can approve it at the next meeting. And that's not holding them up at all. They should be able to go forward.
So the content is right. It's the locations that are in question.
Correct. And just to keep this in mind for the board, one point I wanted to make, and we will get the chance because they'll be back in front of us probably at the next meeting with the signage, but we have a real problem with clutter of signage in windows. So if you looked at the renderings and the photos that they sent us of when it was the former Mini Mart or Honey Farms, every square inch of the windows was covered with a sale handbill. And we have a lot of problem on East Main Street, particularly with that. So we've got to let them know. We got to put the bank on notice that they can't put signage in their windows. You know, they can't say mortgage loans at 3%. They've got to refrain from doing that. And one of the problems that we've had is it happens where we haven't had the group in front of the design review board. So for example, the Montessori school was in front of us a year ago, and we went over this with them, and they really had a hard time with it. But they came up with a solution where they did a window wrap, and it actually works quite well. It's not considered a sign, oddly enough. But we want to make sure that they don't stick things in the windows. It's a real problem.
Okay. Excellent. And we will approve the minutes. What minutes are remaining to be approved, Kristen? Sorry.
Okay, so we approved April 30th and May 21st. June 11th and July 2nd are left.
All right, so if we can all be ready to approve that the next meeting, particularly myself, that would be good.
So I'm going to have to get off the call in 4 minutes.
We're ready to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, guys. See you soon.
Thank you all for your patience. This has been a 4-hour meeting.
Ah.
Thank you so much for your patience.
You got it, guys. Enjoy.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
There.
Bye.
Bye-bye.